time is against us. I'm starting to speak because people are still moving around. But I think if my voice starts to be heard, then people will start to sit down. We still have some people outside. We request that the ushers move them in so that they can start sitting down. Can we request that the ushers start moving the people in? We don't have much time. Thank you. It's 5 minutes to 9. Can we request that the ushers start moving the people inside? Mr. Madikizela, please assist us to inform the ushers to move the people inside. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we still have 4 minutes. So, yeah. From UK, oh, oh, yes. our Judge Cameron, and our CEO Vic Messer, who are present today. I will be co-facilitating with my colleague, Mr. Keith. He will introduce himself later. But for now, let me welcome all that are present virtually and in person. You all look beautiful. Let's clap hands for ourselves. We all look beautiful. We all look so beautiful, especially the ladies, I must say. But welcome to the Mental Health and Solitary Confinement Seminar. This is the day we've been waiting for, and we hope that it's gonna be a great day for discussion. Let me just say that quickly that I was reading this CGE study report where they are saying that almost 40% of inmates in SA prisons commit suicide because of mental health issues. So this is a serious issue that needs to be addressed, especially even female inmates, also because of how they miss their children and their families at home. They start to stress and end up committing suicide. So thank you so much. I'm just gonna quickly introduce our key guests. You'll bear with me. I'm gonna follow protocol in introducing our key guests. We would like to welcome and introduce our Honorable Deputy Minister, Inkosi Patekile Olomisa, who will, I think, attend virtually. We'll also like to introduce our key guest, our Honorable Justice Edwin Cameron. We'll also like to introduce our Acting Dean of UKZN, Professor Keith. We also like to introduce our DCS National Commissioner, who will be represented by DC Mabe. Our KZN Regional Commissioner, Mr. Ngele. Our Judge President, if he's present, attending virtually. Our judges, our honorable judges and magistrates, our retired judges, our professors, our doctors, our chief magistrate, our chief executive officers, the eThekwini municipality, our senior managers from the Department of Health, which is our partner, and all employees from the Department of Correctional Services, senior managers and DCS employees, our JIC senior managers and employees, our NGOs and civil society, our lawyers, our members from the medical fraternity, which can include of clinical psychologists and nurses, our very, very beautiful and brilliant UKZN students, our JPs, our NPM members, our PEEC members, and our portfolio committee, and any community members that are attending virtually or in person. Welcome, everybody. We hope that today we are able to discuss all the issues that we'll be able to discuss around mental health. Right now, I'm gonna just hand it over to my co-facilitator, Mr. Keith, who looks handsome, by the way. Thank you, colleague.
Thank you so much, and good morning to our colleagues in person and virtual. I am Keith Ratnam, the Deputy Director for Mental Health and Substance Abuse in the Department of Health for Hospital Services specifically. I'm so glad to see that you're all wearing your green ribbon that's with you. It is a symbol of, international symbol of mental health and supporting mental health and helping to reduce the stigma and raise awareness of mental health. So thank you for wearing it. And I'm sure that you all are going to be advocates for mental health going forward. I love the theme that was allocated to the seminar as well, that mental health is a universal right for all, because it also includes our key populations, and our correctional services and prisoners within the population is a key population that we have to be focused upon. Just some ground rules to move forward. Please ensure that all your cell phones are switched off so that we give due respect to our presenters. If you need to leave and use the evolution facilities, the male is on my right and the female is on my left. We would genuinely ask that our presenters stick to the time limit that has been allocated, and we will be having a question and answer session at the end of each of the presentations. So please reserve your questions for that particular time frame. So it gives me great pleasure to move on with the program. I would like to introduce Professor Michael Kidd, who is our acting dean and head of School of Law at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He'll be doing our welcome address. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Honorable Nkosi Patakile Holomisa, Deputy Minister of the Department of Correctional Services, Justice Edwin Cameron, Inspecting Judge of the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, distinguished guests and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to a hot and humid Durban and to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. There are times that we can thank goodness for air conditioning. South Africa's constitution in section 12 makes it clear that the right to freedom and security of the person includes the right not to be treated or punished in a cruel, inhuman, or degrading way. It's perhaps somewhat ironic that this right falls under the right to freedom. Dwight D. Eisenhower is famously quoted as saying, "If you want total security, go to prison. There you're fed, clothed, given medical care, and so on. The only thing lacking is freedom." We all know that the treatment of prisoners is not always ensured that the only lack is freedom. And despite international law provisions such as the so-called Mandela rules and the requirements of our Correctional Services Act, conditions in correctional facilities are not always ideal. For this reason, it is important that our correctional services are independently reviewed, which is one of the functions of the Judicial Inspectorate of Correctional Services. And it's also important that there are studies of the sort that we are highlighting today, this one focusing on the mental health of prisoners. The School of Law at the University of KwaZulu-Natal is at the forefront of academic endeavor in matters occupying the interface between health and law, and is involved in several transdisciplinary projects and activities in the field. The university's involvement in this project is credit to the application of academic research to the real world. And we hope that the lessons learned from this project will be conducive to the improvement of mental health issues in correctional services throughout the system. I wish all delegates well in today's proceedings and trust that the events will be enlightening and stimulating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kidd. And what a short and straight to the point speech. Thank you. Left some few minutes, but thank you so much. Without wasting any time, let me introduce our next key guest speaker, our Honorable Justice Cameron, who is currently the inspecting judge at Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services. He's also a retired judge of the Constitutional Court. Welcome, Judge.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I must say that Professor Kidd has got us off to a superb start. We were worried about timekeeping because we've got a packed program. And we gave Professor Kidd 5 minutes and he said everything that he did graciously and generously and insightfully and clean. So my task, first of all, is to introduce our Deputy Minister, who will start the introductory remarks. And we've been given 7 minutes each, so you can check us on your watches. Nkosi Patakile Holomisa is Deputy Minister of Correctional Services. He is an advocate of the High Court. He obtained his BA and LLB degrees. He was also the president of the Traditional Leaders Council in South Africa. He's a traditional leader himself from the Eastern Cape. He's taken an active interest in correctional matters since his elevation to this post, and we're very grateful indeed. Because you logged on early, we're very grateful for your patience, and we look forward to your remarks. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Edwin. I thought you were taking over my position because according to the program, I'm supposed to speak before you. Now I understand why you stood up. Thank you very much. What you omitted to inform the seminar is that the University of Natal, as it was then called, which is now called University of KwaZulu-Natal, is my alma mater. I got my second degree, the LLB, having studied at Howard College from that university. I feel at home, therefore, in the circumstances. I'm also sorry that I'm not able to attend the meeting physically for reasons that I've explained to Justice Cameron. And I appreciate the fact that you've allowed me to join virtually. Now, I do not know how it is done in other places to tell a traditional leader to stop speaking because his time has expired. It doesn't happen where I am. But yeah, I'm not necessarily here at home, so I'll abide by the dates of the meeting. So, Directors of Proceedings, Mr. Ruthanan and Advocate Mukari, Acting Judge of the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, Mr. Justice Edwin Cameron, Acting Dean and Head of the School of Law, Professor Michael Kidd, Director, Mental Health and Substance Abuse in the KZN Department of Health, Dr. Nikiwe Hongo, my former schoolmate at high school, Regional Commissioner for Correctional Services in KZN, Mr. Nxele, distinguished panelists, guests and presenters, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am privileged to have been invited to be part of this august gathering, seized as it is with the noble endeavor of interrogating findings of a study that investigated mental wellness issues, among inmates and correctional officials at our Bongweni Correctional Center in Kokstad. Justice Cameron, excuse me, on behalf of the Ministry and the Department of Correctional Services, I wish to express our appreciation and gratitude to you and your team for your foresight in initiating such a significant project. The outcomes of this seminar will greatly enhance our understanding of factors that impact the mental state of inmates and officials when exposed to the abnormal conditions of prisons. Equally, to Professor Kidd and your team, we are forever indebted for the collaborative effort between JICS and the university that has culminated in the explorative study, which is now the subject of this seminar. We also take note of the crucial role played by the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Health in joining forces to nurture and harness a partnership that is of benefit to all stakeholders present here. Our mandate as correctional services, on the one hand, is to place offenders in a secure, safe, and humane environment, and to ensure that rehabilitation and social reintegration programs are implemented. On the other hand, we have an obligation to provide a safe, humane, and conducive work environment for all our employees in order for them to discharge their duties diligently and optimally. I am also of the view that inmates and officials cannot be considered independent of each other, as their mental health statuses are bound to be affected by each other. In fact, it can be said that officials are doing time with the inmates as they are part of the same ecosystem. One of the aspects I hope this seminar will explore is a variety of cost-effective interventions the department can consider in the face of the identified mental health challenges and the reality of resources constraints. Program directors, needless to say, this is a groundbreaking seminar that will provoke wide-ranging discussions and debate within the department. More so, the outcome and recommendations of this seminar will serve as a valuable instrument and barometer for our planning and implementation, working in tandem with JICS. In the Department of Correctional Services, psychosocial wellness is the responsibility of the Employee Assistance Program, falling under the Chief Directorate of Integrated Employee Health and Wellness. I can confirm that the department is well poised to participate in the discussions that will take place in this seminar through its officials, led by the Regional Commissioner, Mr. Nxele, and is committed to meaningfully engage the outcomes and recommendations emanating from such exchanges of views. The authors of the study aptly began chapter 1 of the report with a quote from Nkosi Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela Adalibu, Democratic South Africa's first president, who said, and I quote, "It is said that no one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jails. A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest." Close quote. Justice Cameron, the reality we are faced with is that the post-establishment of Employee Assistance Program in the Department of Correctional Services means that the demand for mental health services exceeds supply by a considerable measure. So my hope remains that part of the outcomes of the seminar should be an array of cost-effective mental health interventions the department can implement within its budget constraints. With expertise, wealth of expertise at our disposal in this seminar, DCS looks forward to being enlightened about mental health and how we can improve the mental health services we currently provide to inmates as well as our correctional officers. Once again, I must apologize that due to circumstances, again, I had explained to Justice Cameron, I will not be able to continue with my presence in this meeting after Judge Cameron has spoken, because I have to be elsewhere to attend a matter that I'm unable to avoid. But thank you once more for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Nkosi. I hope you don't mind if I say that we are indebted to you for taking time out of important family burdens and duties arising from a bereavement within your family, to which you must now turn. And we are very grateful indeed for your waiting for us before 9 o'clock and for your input. And I personally am grateful to you for your permissive description of the duties of JICS, which I hope in the next 7 minutes to explore. And with that, we thank you greatly.
Thank you.
I think Muzi Wetu deserves a round of applause. We're very, very pleased and proud that you are present today, and we thank you for coming, as we thank the Deputy Minister. I want to thank our colleagues in particular whose focus and very hard work brought this seminar together. I mentioned all my JICS colleagues, in particular the CEO, Mr. Missa, in particular Ms. Ntombizodwa Sabuta. I mentioned Mr. Sibanyoni. Where are you, Mr. Sibanyoni, the head of our KZN region? Yes, there you are. Thank you, Mr. Sibanyoni. And I also want to mention, whom you will hear very shortly, the law clerk researcher to JICS, Sohela Suraj Paul, whose intellectual and other finesse you will shortly notice. And a special word of acknowledgement to our former colleague, who with Ms. Sandhya Singh and other people, we're very happy to see you, Ms. Singh, who co-authored the study, Ms. Samantha Naidu. A special mention to Samantha. Today's event has its roots in profound concern on the part of JICS about the operation of the prisons system in South Africa. JICS has its roots in a Mandela-era attempt to reform our prison system. Most famous prisoner in the world, perhaps the most famous prisoner in human history, became president of our country 30 years ago. And one of his objectives was to scrap the way prisons operated and replace them with a new system. The result was the Correctional Services Act, and at its core was an innovation, the Judicial Inspectorate of Correctional Services, headed at President Mandela's personal command by a former judge. Other systems of inspection sometimes have a former correctional or senior correctional officer, retired correctional officer. There's great virtue in that because that person knows what goes on. There's also virtue in an entirely outside person being a former judge to head it. But many things worry us about our prisons today, for which we don't blame, by the way, the 30 or so thousand prisons officials who are set to guard. We blame the system and the political elite and parliament and the operation of our administrative system, including overcrowding, infrastructural decay, corruption, and heightened levels of violence. Many of these issues, and you can infer from the way I mentioned them, are difficult to remedy. But one of our worries is not difficult to remedy, and that is solitary confinement and prolonged solitary confinement. They become torture, outlawed under international instruments to which South Africa is party. JICS has tried to make its voice heard. My predecessor conducted an inspection and produced a report on Ebongweni, 150 kilometers from where we are sitting in comfort and dignity and security today, just 150 kilometers south and a little bit west. That report was December 2019. After I took office, we made a visit to Ebongweni in about May 2021, and we produced a report. Let me quote to you from the report. We're very pleased that Mr. Missa, our CEO, and Ms. Sabuta have made copies of that report available. I want to quote to you briefly from it. The report concludes, it says that Ebongweni manifests a deeply volatile environment operating in a politically charged atmosphere given the demands placed on its officials and the hierarchy within which it operates. We say that super maximum facilities are deeply controversial beasts in our constitutional dispensation. We quote from the Jali Commission. 19 years ago, the Jali Commission queried the appropriateness of supermax facilities like Ebongweni. We say that Ebongweni should never be a mere dumping ground for the KZN region to shuffle around its problematic prisoners. The unannounced visit that we paid revealed serious concerns, not only with Ebongweni's transfer and parole processes, but with its treatment of inmates. That is why we are here today. In addition, the visit revealed that Ebongweni is littered with major and minor problems, from the treatment of inmates to protection measures, material conditions, regimes and activities, medical services, and with correctional oversight. These findings, we say, paint a dismal picture. The issues are grave, especially when considering the serious impact on basic human rights of inmates housed at supermax facilities. All of this is contrary to conditions that are consistent with human dignity, which Section 35 of our Constitution requires for all persons detained. We say, this is May 2021, that the status quo at Ebongweni cannot be sustained. We say a storm is brewing. Ebongweni and its policy cannot be allowed to supersede the laws, the Constitution, and international law, no matter how violent or dangerous inmates may be. And we're not babes in the wood. We recognize that there are dangerous criminals who have to be managed, who have to be confined, who have to be supervised and overseen. But no matter how dangerous, it cannot be, quote, a constitution or law-free zone that places a moratorium over the rights of inmates. 4 months later, we at JICS decided to do a report on solitary confinement. We sent the report, Minister to the Deputy Minister to the National Commissioner, and eventually we sent it to Parliament, and I'll be returning to that point in a moment. This is an overview of the facilities that practice solitary confinement within our correctional system. We are more outspoken in this report 6 months later. We say solitary confinement on a case-by-case basis and prolonged solitary confinement are acts of torture. This is contrary to the Constitution, to the statute, to the Torture Act, and to international law. We say, quote, DCS must reform the current state of the 2 Supermax facilities in Victoria and at Ebongweni. Solitary confinement went from a harsh method that apartheid applied to a desperate last resort at the peak of post-apartheid crime wave in the late 1990s. It is now common practice. The worst of the worst has become a norm without making us safer. As we have packed more and more people into life sentences, more and more people into solitary confinement, the crime wave has been billowing over us scarily. We refer to the Jolly Commission's report in 2005 that spoke of a culture of impunity within DCS. We say that there was no indication that prisoners were sent to Ebongweni or to Pretoria CMAX through a fair process. We said that there was abuse of segregated, isolated detention, and that those findings are confirmed 20 years after Jolly. The public deserves to know, and I'm still quoting from the September 21 report, what we do in their name. The public deserves to know what we do to fellow members of their communities, and with taxpayer money. JICS will continue to uncover and to speak out on solitary confinement. JICS hopes that DCS can meaningfully improve and change these circumstances. So these findings, as I said, they are consonant, all 3. They say 3 things. The first and most important thing these 3 reports say is stop, don't, go back. The second thing they say is you can achieve all that you legitimately want to achieve in segregating dangerous and gang-implicated members without the torture of solitary confinement. That is why I say, and I don't say it easily, that one thing is easily remediable because they can change the conditions of solitary confinement to diminish them from solitary confinement. The third thing that we say in these 3 reports is what you're doing is a grave disservice to the law, to principle, to the Mandela rules, and to all those involved with both inmates and personnel. That is why we are here today. That is why we are having the seminar. The reports, as I said, were sent to the office bearers within the ministry and the department. They were also sent to Parliament. 11 months ago, after JICS's revelation of the KwaZulu-Natal scandal, we were called to Parliament. We were carpeted before the Parliamentary Committee, and the Parliamentary Committee grilled me. It was quite scary. Has anyone ever been grilled by Ms. Millis Breitenbach? Yes, this is the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions at her colleague in KZN. I hope you've been grilled by Ms. Breitenbach. And I was also grilled by the chair of the committee. Why, when we wanted to have action on KwaZulu-Natal, Did we go to the media instead of the parliamentary committee? I was too polite to tell them that day. But we sent the solitary confinement report to them, and what was the response? Zero. And that's why I went to the media. So, Melissa, you were hoping that I'd be tactful. So Melissa is always on my side when I'm tactful. Our expectation was wrong. There was no response whatsoever. And it's worth asking ourselves, why? Why was there no response? It's not through bureaucratic dysfunction or administrative inaction or laziness. It's through aversion. We avert our eyes. You, me, I. We want to avert our eyes from 155,000 prisoners that we keep while being inefficient, more and more inefficient in crime containment, crime control, crime response, crime follow-up. We don't want to know what is being done in our name. So amidst this surpassingly scary crime wave, we find it hard to muster time and attention and even empathy for those we think are partly responsible for us. I conclude. Today is what I call a grandstand occasion. We have got time. We've got two facilitators. Ms. Abuta has given thought to what we want to conclude, because we do want conclusions. But it's difficult in this particular setup to have conclusions, and that's why I call it a grandstand occasion. Why do we have a grandstand occasion? Because sometimes grandstanding is important. Grandstanding about the mental health with experts like Professor Lasich on my left, with other experts who wrote the report. It's important for the mental health of those suffering from detention in solitary confinement. It's important for the mental health of those we require to guard them. At JICS, we don't see our mandate as narrow, because the more we protect the rights and dignity of inmates, the better we create operational conditions for those set to guard them. We are also concerned about correctional officials. Today may serve a useful function in drawing our attention to what is happening, in eliciting our concern, and most importantly, in spurring us to action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Cameron, for those words. I think it leads directly into the next part of the program, which is our session 1, where we're going to have the presentation of the exploratory study entitled Behind Bars and Beyond. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce the next 3 speakers that will be coming through. We have Ms. Sokela Surjapal, who is the law researcher at the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services. And we also have Dr. Danielle Roberts, who is the senior lecturer at the School of Mathematics, Statistics, and Computer Science at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And we have Ms. Sadia Singh, who is the lecturer at the School of Law at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. They have been allocated 1 hour for the session, and they will be following each another. Thereafter, we will be having a discussion on the report. So please give a round of applause for our first presenter, Ms. Sokela Surjapal.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sahela, and it's a real pleasure to be here with you all and to be representing JICS in presenting the report that we've worked so hard on. My role today is to contextualize the study. I'm going to be telling you all what makes eBongweni Correctional Center unique, why JICS is so particularly interested in and concerned by conditions of detention at eBongweni, and what the study sought to do. I'll then hand over to Danielle and Sandia, who will outline the methodology behind the study, what our findings were, and the legal and human rights framework and implications that the study considered. And I'll come back for a few recommendations. So I just want to pull up my presentation. And I think to understand why Ebongweni functions the way that it does, we have to understand the history behind the center and what it intends to do. In the late 1990s, South Africans were fearful of a post-apartheid crime wave. What we thought was a spike in crime, especially violent crime and murder. The state felt the need to act and to be seen to act against this crime wave. At the same time, the department had legitimate concerns about violence in correctional centers, especially gang-related violence and escapes from correctional centers. And it was grappling with a rapid increase that has only continued of the number of people sentenced to life in our correctional centers because of mandatory minimum sentences. Super maximum security prisons were thought of as a solution to all of these problems, a way to detain the most dangerous offenders. They were inspired by and modeled on super maximum prisons in the United States. And I think all of us who know something about corrections or prisons in the United States know that unfortunately they are not a model of human rights compliance and are largely punitive with incredibly strict and often demeaning security measures. Nonetheless, Ebongweni opened in 2002 with capacity to accommodate 1,440 inmates. It's to this day one of only 2 super maximum security facilities in South Africa. The other is the former Pretoria Death Row, now Confinement CMAC. And the idea behind Ebongweni and CMAC is that it is a place to detain the most dangerous offenders, the most violent offenders, the most disruptive offenders. Placement isn't determined in theory by the crime that you've committed or the length of your sentence, but your behavior within prison. Unfortunately, this ideal isn't always carried out into practice. And in the JICS report that Justice Cameron referenced, JICS reports on numerous instances of inmates being arbitrarily transferred to Ebongweni, sometimes because of petty misconduct, because of antagonism with officials, or simply because of the length of their sentence. But the ideal nature of an offender at Ebongweni informs its unique character, which is intensive security measures, highly restricted movement and interaction, and rigid routines aimed at rehabilitation and behavior modification. This is what makes Ebongweni uniquely repressive. Inmates at Ebongweni are accommodated in single cells. There are no communal cells. Besides those inmates who are ready to be or being prepared to be reintegrated, who may share a cell with one other inmate, most inmates are accommodated entirely alone. These single cells of 2 by 2.5 meters are sealed by a solid steel door with a small postbox sized gap through which food can be passed. Often the passing through of food is among the only social interactions these inmates will have in a day. There are essentially no communal spaces at Ebongweni. Inmates get 1 hour of exercise a day. That happens alone in what is essentially an exercise cage. When JICS visited in a joint visit with the department in 2022, the exercise cage we were shown was entirely empty beside the deflated soccer ball. For the rest of the day, inmates spend their time alone in their cells. They have access to too few books, no radio or television, and very little to occupy themselves with. They are subject to intense surveillance, CCTV cameras, all doors are pneumatic and remotely controlled, and they'll spend a minimum of 3 years in these conditions, undergoing a behavioral modification program. At least the first stage or first phase of this behavioral modification program, JICS has concluded amounts to prolonged solitary confinement. International law defines solitary confinement as 22 hours a day without meaningful human contact. This definition, JIX has found, is absolutely met at eBongweni. More than 15 days of solitary confinement is considered torture in international law. Inmates spend months in these conditions at eBongweni. So for these reasons and the conditions that JIX has observed during its inspections, JIX has concluded that conditions of detention at eBongweni are unlawful and amount to prolonged solitary confinement in contradiction to our constitution, our statutory law, and international law. But during these inspections, besides the legal aspects, JIX was confronted with truly distressing testimony from inmates. We were told by inmates that people go mad at eBongweni. They stop talking and acting the way that they used to. They start to say strange things, that it's a truly difficult place to live. And all prisons have disproportionately higher than the general public levels of mental wellness issues. But JIX was concerned that conditions at eBongweni would only exacerbate this. And so, under the leadership of our CEO, Mr. Mitto, we commissioned a study that was concerned with determining the prevalence of mental wellness issues amongst both inmates and correctional officers at eBongweni. Because we recognize that officials work under and are forced to enforce these highly restrictive, inhumane conditions. And we also recognize that officials have very little control, regrettably, over conditions at correctional centers. We were also concerned with determining the availability and accessibility of currently available mental health services for both inmates and officials. And importantly, we wanted to make recommendations to inform the development of appropriate mental health interventions and policies at eBongweni. I'm now going to hand over to Danielle, who will lead you through what our findings were.
Thanks, Sahela. Good morning, esteemed colleagues and guests. Thank you for this opportunity for me to present our findings on this study. Okay, so I'm going to take you through the methodology that was used in the study, right through to the results and the key findings. And don't worry, I will try not to make it too technical for the audience. So this study utilized a quantitative cross-sectional research design, and the target population comprised of adult male inmates and female and male correctional officers or officials at eBongweni Correctional Center. Our target population included 100 inmates and 50 officials, and they were recruited through a stratified random sampling technique to obtain a representative sample of both groups. Informed consent was obtained from all the participants prior to their participation, and the participants were informed that this is a voluntary nature and they can withdraw at any time. Confidentiality and anonymity were maintained by anonymizing all the data and storing it securely with restricted access. So the administered tools used screen for symptoms of depression, anxiety, PTSD, substance use, psychosis, and overall psychological distress. 3 validated mental health screening tools were administered to the participants. For the inmates, that included a correctional mental health screen and a general health questionnaire. And these tools have demonstrated strong psychometric properties across diverse correctional populations from the literature. For the officials, the tools included a primary care PTSD screen and the same general health questionnaire that was administered to the inmates. So I'm going to start by taking you through the results for the primary care PTSD screen that was administered to the officials. So this tool is a 5-item self-report measure that screens for post-traumatic stress disorder using 5 criteria. So the officials were first screened for having ever experienced trauma, and then those that had answered yes to ever having experienced trauma, the 5 items, which consisted of yes, no answers, were then used to assess for PTSD symptoms, including intrusion, avoidance, hypervigilance, emotional numbness, and guilt. So of the 50 officials that were targeted, we obtained responses from 49 of them, of whom 33% indicated that they had experienced some sort of trauma. So that corresponded to 16 of the officials. So now we're going to just consider this 33% of the officials who answered yes to having experienced trauma. So the 5-item questionnaire was administered to these officials. And among this, this figure shows the distribution of those that responded yes. That responded yes to each of these items. So the most common item that received 68.8% of those officials as responding yes to them was having nightmares about the event or thoughts about the event that they did not want to have. Followed on from that was 62.5% of the officials having responded yes to trying not to think about those events or trying to find ways to avoid a situation that reminded them of that event. Following on from that was 50% of the officials responding yes to being constantly on guard, watchful, and easily startled. The least prevalent were feelings of being numb and detached and feelings of guilt or unable to stop blaming themselves. Now, to assess the risk of PTSD, each of those item responses was given a score of 1 for a response of yes, and 0 corresponding to a response of no. The total scores across those 5 items was then calculated for each official, and this total score is used to assess the risk of PTSD, where a cutoff of 3 is recommended as a reference point for effective screening of PTSD. So this shows some summary statistics for those scores for all the officials. As we know, 16 officials answered those 5 items. It obtained a mean or an average score just under that recommended cutoff of 3, but the median here had was 3. So this suggested that at least 50% of these officials had a score of, 50% of officials had a score of at least 3, whereas there is a little bit of variability across the score. It should be noted that the maximum score out of 5 was only 4. So there was no one official that answered yes to every single one of those 5 items. Here we can see the distribution of the scores, ranging from 0 up to the maximum of 4. And if we had to use the cutoff of 3, we can see that 19% of the officials scored 3 and 38% of the officials had a score of 4. That resulted in 57% of those 16 officials who had experienced trauma as being classified as at risk for PTSD. So based on our primary care PTSD screen, it's possible that at least 57% of our sampled officials that said yes, they had experienced trauma are then at risk for PTSD. So now moving on to the correctional mental health screen, which was administered to the inmates. This is now a 12-item self-report questionnaire that is designed to screen for mental illness, including mood, anxiety, psychotic, and substance use disorders in correctional settings. So this tool has demonstrated good reliability and validity in detecting mental disorders among incarcerated men. So just like the previous tool, this is also a dichotomous yes-no response, where a cutoff score of 5 or more yes responses to the questionnaire indicate probable mental wellness issues that require further assessment. So out of the 100 targeted inmates, 98 of them responded to this questionnaire, resulting in a 98% response rate. So we'll just consider the most prevalent items that had responses of yes to them. So this figure just demonstrates the percentage of inmates who answered yes according to the top 4 CMHFM items. So the most prevalent was having had worries that they just can't get rid of. So 76% of those inmates that administered this questionnaire reported on having worries that they couldn't get rid of. Followed on from that, 59% indicated that they have tried to avoid reminders or not think about something terrible that they had experienced or witnessed. And then the last two among the most prevalent was having there ever been a time where they felt depressed for most of the day for at least 2 weeks, and then having ever been troubled by repeated feelings, thoughts, or nightmares about something that they had witnessed. It should also be noted that the item that had the least yes responses to was those that regarding ever being admitted to a non-medical hospital, such as a psychiatric hospital. Only 12% of the inmates reported having been admitted to such a facility. So for each item, once again, we assign a score of 1 to the yeses and a 0 to the no's. And the total scores across all these items for the inmates was then obtained. So a total score of 5 or more suggests that the inmate should be referred for routine mental health evaluation for suspected psychiatric illness. So this is just a table demonstrating the summary statistics of these scores. The mean score was just under that cutoff of 5. And what's interesting to note is that the maximum score that an inmate obtained from this questionnaire was 11. That's 11 out of a possible 12. So here we have the distribution of those scores ranging from a total score of 0 up to 1. And a total score of 4 out of 12 was most prevalent among those inmates. However, over 10% of the sample indicated a score, or obtained a score of at least 9, indicating possible severe psychiatric illness. Now, if we consider the cutoff of a score of 5, that results in 45.9% of our sample having to be referred to psychiatric treatment. That's almost half the sample requiring referral for possible psychiatric illness. Now, looking at the general health questionnaire that was administered to both the inmates and the officials. So we had 49 officials administer this questionnaire and 98 inmates. So this GHQ 28 required inmates to indicate how their general health has been over the past few weeks. And the responses of each item is based on a 4-point scale indicating the frequency of their experience. So from never experiencing all the way up to frequently experiencing it. So the scoring system applied to these responses of each of the 28 items is then based on a Likert scale ranging from 0 up to 3. So all their responses based on the frequencies of their experience corresponded to these scores. So that means that a total score of the 28 items was obtained by summing the score of each item, and that gave a minimum possible total score of 0 with a maximum possible score of 84. So we'll first look at the basic characteristics of the total scores for this questionnaire. So the data was assessed for missing values and corrected of such. So this table demonstrates the basic characteristics of those scores for the inmates as well as the officials. And we can see that the average score corresponding to the inmates was substantially higher compared to that of the officials. Similarly, the median score was much higher for the inmates compared to the officials. However, the variability in the scores was slightly higher for the inmates. The inmates' maximum score was also a lot larger and closer to the max score that one could obtain compared to the officials. So this figure just demonstrates or represents the distribution of those total scores for the inmates on the left and the officials on the right. Now this figure just represents our total score on our vertical axis, ranging from 0 up to, effectively it would have been 84. That is the maximum score that could have been obtained, but we know the maximum score that was obtained was 80 for the inmates. The horizontal axis represents the frequencies that correspond to the intervals for each of the bars. So this first bar here for the official, that ranges from a score from 0 up to approximately 5, and that then reflects that around 8% of those officials obtained a score in that range. Now we can see in general, the total scores for our inmates clusters around a higher scale or along the higher range compared to that of the officials. And the majority of the scores pertaining to the officials occurred between 0 and 30, the score between 0 and 30. However, the majority of the scores for our inmates occurred in a range between 30 and 80. So in fact, 71% of our officials scored between 0 and 30. However, 71% of our inmates scored between 30 and 80. So a formal hypothesis test was carried out to determine the difference or the significant difference in these scores. And it did show that there was a significant difference in the distribution of the scores between the inmates and the officials. And in fact, it showed that our inmates had a significantly higher distribution of scores compared to that of the officials. So In general, higher GHQ-28 scores indicate higher psychological distress. And these items can be further broken down into 4 7-item subscales. So these 4 subscales are represented by somatic symptoms. So that is experiencing pain or weakness or shortness of breath, for example. Then anxiety or insomnia, social dysfunction, and severe depression. So each one of these subscales contains 7 of those items for that overall GHQ questionnaire. So now we'll just consider some of the basic characteristics of the scores pertaining to these subscales. So for each of those subscales, the total score of the 7 items was then determined, where we know each item could have scored a value from 0 up to 3. So that means that the total score for a particular subscale could range from 0 up to 21. So in our box plots here, our box plots are now just enabling us to be able to compare the distribution of the scores between our subscales as well as between inmates on the left and our officials on the right. The average score for each subscale is indicated by the cross, and then these single points are outliers. So outliers just denote extreme values across the scores compared to the rest of the scores for that particular subscale. We can see that in general, the average scores of the subscales for the inmates was higher than that of the officials, as well as the range of the scores. So our inmates had higher ranges, higher maximum scores compared to our officials. Our subscale A, so somatic system, had a larger range compared to the rest of the scores for both our inmates and our officials. And for both our inmates and officials, the scores pertaining to social dysfunction were highest on average compared to the rest of the scores or the average scores for the other subscales. The correlations between the total scores for each subscale, as well as for the overall total scale of the full questionnaire, that was determined for each of the 2 different groups. And that's just simply used to assess the relationship between the subscale scores as well as the overall score. Now, both for the inmates and the officials, the highest correlation was observed between the total score for subscale B and then the overall score for the full questionnaire. This suggests that the scores pertaining to anxiety and insomnia, which is subscale B, had the highest contribution to the overall total score for the screening tool compared to the scores for somatic system, symptoms, social dysfunction, and severe depression. Now, unlike the previous tools that we reported on, there is no predefined threshold for this GHQ-28 score that is used to then classify the individual's mental health status. Rather, the threshold has been recommended to vary based on the setting. The various techniques in this study of defining the threshold has been considered, such as using the mean score or the median score of the sample. But it's also been suggested that participants with a score under 23 should be classified as non-psychiatric, while those with a score of at least 24 should be classified as suffering from possible psychiatric distress. So this illustration just represents the prevalence of possible psychiatric disorder for the inmates and the officials based on the different thresholds that were assigned. So this first bar indicates that if we are using a threshold of 30, that gives us a prevalence of possible psychiatric distress among the inmates of just under 45%. Now, this threshold of 30, you can see, is just based on using the average of the inmates, which was just over 30 where the median itself was just under 13. Now you can see how just using a threshold of 30, which is fairly high, gives us quite a high prevalence of possible psychiatric distress among the inmates, compared to the 23 that was suggested from other research in other countries. So that's already quite alarming. Now, looking at the officials, if you remember from this table of descriptive statistics, our officials have a mean score of just over 16 and a median of just of 15. So if we using that to determine our possible cutoff or threshold for psychiatric disorder or possible psychiatric disorder among our officials, then working with the mean of 16, that also gives us a prevalence of just under 45% for the officials. If we increase that threshold to 19, and this 19 is based on an upper limit of a 95% confidence interval for the mean score among the officials, it drops down to just under 29%, which is still fairly large. If we had to compare the threshold or compare the prevalence of possible psychiatric distress for both inmates and officials using the same threshold of 30, that still results in just over 10% of the officials having experienced or having possible psychiatric distress. So in summary, for this GHQ-28, the rate of psychiatric disorder among the correctional officials as well as the inmates are concerning, regardless of whichever threshold was used. And specifically, the purpose of using this questionnaire to be able to compare the prevalence of possible psychiatric distress or disorder among the two groups is that they should not be treated as independent. The two groups can possibly affect each other's mental health statuses because they are in confinement and they are among each other quite regularly throughout the day. And they perhaps experience similar conditions. So some key findings just to wrap up. So for the PC-PTSD that was administered to our officials, that was used to screen for PTSD symptoms. 33% of the sampled officials reported ever having experienced some form of trauma. And among those, the most common symptoms pertain to having nightmares, followed by avoidance, hypervigilance, and then numbness. 57% of the officials who experienced trauma scored above the cutoff, indicating a heightened risk for PTSD. Now, the CMHSM was screened or was used to screen for possible mental illness among the inmates. And 76% reported unshakable worries, while only 12% had prior psychiatric hospitalization. The average score was just below the referral cutoff. However, we still had an observed prevalence of 45.9% of those inmates needing to be referred for psychiatric evaluation based on the recommended cutoff for the score. The most prevalent symptom was persistent worries. Now, the GHQ-28 compared psychological distress between inmates and officials using subscales such as somatic, anxiety, social dysfunction, and depression symptoms. The inmates' average total score was almost double that of our officials, and the inmates' distribution of scores was significantly higher than that of the officials, and their scores for each of the subscales was also higher than that of the officials. So using the sample means as threshold, just under 45% of both groups indicated possible psychiatric disorder. However, if we change that threshold for our officials, that rate did fall. The anxiety subscale score had the highest correlation with the total scores obtained for both groups. So in conclusion, the screening tools indicated a substantial burden of possible PTSD, mental illness, and psychological distress among both the inmates and the officials. And further research should be done to validate these findings and conduct diagnostic screenings and inform supportive interventions. Thank you very much. And thank you to JICS, the Department of Health, and my co-authors for this opportunity. I would like to just bring up my colleague, Ms. Singh, to then give us her take on the legal aspect of it.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm going to give you what I hope is a sufficient legal analysis in the presence of the judge. So forgive me if I don't hit on all the points. We will try. All right, you have the background that Sahela and Danielle have given you. Sahela, I think, has set out the context within which we have worked. I am not going to, that material which have already been covered, I will not repeat. What I would like to start looking at, since we are talking about mental health, is what exactly do we mean when we talk about mental health? There have been a few explanations that have been offered. One of them is by one of our own institutions, the South African Human Rights Commission, and it defines mental health as a state of well-being in which every individual realizes his or her own potential, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to contribute to his or her community. That definition essentially goes much further than considering whether a person is mentally ill. It is much broader than that. It looks at the individual in a very holistic manner. The World Health Organization, on the other hand, has also had something to say about it, naturally. And it says that a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with the stresses of life, realize their abilities, learn well, work well, and contribute to their community. It then goes on to mention what we refer to as mental health conditions. But you will see that I have highlighted the last point in this slide because it relates directly to what we are talking about today. It says, prisoners with mental health conditions and psychosocial disabilities who require specialized treatment or surgery should be transferred to other health facilities if they cannot be treated adequately or on an equal basis. I have highlighted that portion because a little later in my presentation, you will see that this particular aspect is catered for in our own legal system. And the question that will subsequently arise is, to what extent has DCS complied with the legal requirements under this provision? The purpose of the JIC study, I'm not going to go through. I think we all know what the purpose was. I think Judge Cameron and Sahela did an adequate job of that. Suffice it to say that Ebongweni is home to some of the most hardened criminals in the country. The conditions that they find themselves in and their experiences within that institution has much to do with who they are once they leave. Inmates at Ebongweni leave that facility to return to the correctional center they were originally housed at. Bear in mind that going back there means a certain level of social interaction with other inmates. And once, assuming that the inmate will be released at some point, there is that opportunity for further interaction between the inmate, you, and me. And the question is, do the conditions under which individuals are being held at Ebongweni have any impact on all of us who are present in this room today? The short answer is yes. I will look at specific aspects ranging from the reception of inmates at Ebongweni, very importantly, the conditions of their detention, and whether or not there is actually a rehabilitation program. It is supposed to be in place. That is the very point of having a place like Ebongweni. Before I go on to that, I'm just going to give you a little history lesson. I think Judge has covered it as well, but just a few points. The first one was that the penal system in this country was very much a tool of repression that was used by the apartheid government. Those that actually paid the biggest price were the anti-apartheid activists. So we had this draconian legislation under this particular act. We had another piece of legislation, the Internal Security Act, which was the nightmare of any activist in this country. So we came, as you know, out of a very dark history, and there was a need to reform law in general in this country. The Prisons Act did, among other things, it did two specific things. It perpetuated rather, racial segregation, almost as if to say that one criminal is better than the other, dependent on color. And it also catered for solitary confinement, which is exactly what we are talking about today. With the dawn of democracy in 1994, there was an understanding that our laws had to be brought under that broader constitutional dispensation. Our laws were completely, or most of them, were completely non-compliant with this new democratic order. So it had, the Constitution itself had a major effect across the board with all legislation in South Africa. If you were to pick up a statute right now, and you look at the current version and the version that existed before 1994, you will see several differences. So it has had quite an extraordinary impact. Of course, we have our Bill of Rights, our beloved Bill of Rights in our Constitution. And there are three particular sections that I will hone in on: Section 10, Section 12, and Section 35(2)(e). I will also make reference to the Nelson Mandela rules. Reference has already been made to them, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the principles for the protection of persons with mental illness and the improvement of mental health care. Let's start with the Constitution. Section 10 tells us about the right to human dignity and the right to have one's dignity respected and protected. This, in turn, is also to be found in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Bear in mind that the UDHR predates this particular section. It is also found in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. So essentially, we have it at a domestic level in our Bill of Rights, we have it at a regional level in the African Charter, and then at a truly international level through the UDHR. So the significance of this right cannot be overemphasized. It is acknowledged internationally, it is acknowledged domestically. Section 12 goes further to deal with the right to freedom and security of the person. And among other things, it prohibits torture in all its forms. You have heard that JIX is of the view that solitary confinement at Ebongweni constitutes torture. So this is directly relevant. The right also includes the right to bodily integrity as well as psychological integrity. Specific reference to human dignity is made in the context of conditions of detention, but it is done in a very holistic manner. A right to conditions of detention that are consistent with human dignity, including at least exercise and the provision at state expense of adequate accommodation, nutrition, reading material, and medical treatment is what Section 35(2)E tells us about. Now, the reason that this particular section stands out for the purposes of our discussion here is that it deals with those who are incarcerated. It looks at the rights of individuals who are being held within the confines of a correctional center, or even in police custody for that matter. So each of these rights are rights that belong to individuals who have been sentenced and even unsentenced individuals. What then happens is that each aspect here that I've just mentioned is in turn dealt with in more detail in the Nelson Mandela Rule. In fact, each point that you see there, for example, human dignity, adequate accommodation, nutrition, each of these is dealt with individually in the Nelson Mandela Rules, stressing very important. Prisoners, according to the Nelson Mandela Rule, here I have the first 5 rules or a summary of the first 5 rules. Prisoners must be treated with respect for their inherent dignity and value as human beings. Torture and other ill treatment is prohibited. Prisoners should be treated according to their needs without discrimination. And the purpose of prison is to protect society and, note well, reduce reoffending. The safety of prisoners, staff, service providers, and visitors at all times is paramount. So this is a summary of what the first 5 rules of the Nelson Mandela Rule has to say. There is much more to it. It goes into much more depth regarding solitary confinement, which we are going to look at. Of the principles I mentioned to you earlier, Principle 20 is particularly important in so far as it refers to individuals who are incarcerated. So, for instance, it provides, apart from saying that mentally ill prisoners should receive the best available mental care, it goes further and it talks about the law, domestic law, authorizing a court or other competent authority acting on the basis of competent and independent medical advice to order that such persons be admitted to a mental health facility. Now, the reason that that is important is because it takes me to my very next point, which is a survey of the Mental Health Care Act. It deals with precisely this issue. What is supposed to happen when an inmate appears to suffer from a mental illness? So what the Act does is it sets out a procedure that has to be adopted by the head of the prison if he is of the opinion that an inmate may be mentally ill. The inquiry itself is not led by the head of the prison, it is led by a psychiatrist, or in his absence, a mental health care practitioner together with a medical practitioner. Once that inquiry has been completed, the person leading that inquiry then has to submit a report to the head of the prison and has to include a recommendation. The recommendation could take the form of the requisite treatment being offered at the facility, assuming, of course, that the facility is equipped for that purpose. The second possibility is that the inmate requires the services of a designated health establishment. This is what I was referring to when I mentioned the provision regarding a proper understanding of a person's condition and referral to a mental health institution. The process does not end there. The very next step is for the head of the prison to refer the matter to a magistrate to institute a magisterial inquiry. In that inquiry, again, the psychiatrist will be involved, and I think Professor Laffich will tell you more about that. He's the expert on those issues. The inquiry will be led, and again, a report will be drafted and submitted to the magistrate. That magistrate, excuse me, does not issue a report. He issues an order, and that order is transmitted to the head of prison. It's either going to confirm that the person should be treated at the prison, or it's going to require that transferal to a mental health care establishment. One of the problems at Ebongweni is that first and foremost, inmates are not screened for mental health conditions. If we consider the nature of Ebongweni, the dimensions, for example, of a single cell at Ebongweni, if we consider the fact that at least for the very 6 months of an inmate's stay at this facility, they have no interaction with other inmates, we have to consider what effect those conditions and other associated conditions have on the mental well-being of each and every inmate. If the person is not screened at the time of admission, there are obvious problems that are going to arise. One of which is that there are mentally ill individuals who are being admitted without anyone being aware of their mental health condition. They slip through the cracks. They are left untreated, and much further down the line, we have recidivism, which is essentially reoffending. And that is precisely what the system should avoid. Okay, you have heard already about the health specifications. Sahela has spoken about that. The fact that exercise is for a very short period in a very caged-in condition. Importantly, the deprivation of meaningful human contact for more than 22 hours a day distinguishes the confinement at Ebongweni from a different type of confinement that is found in Section 72E of the Correctional Services Act. This is a provision that also allows for single cell accommodation of inmates, but it is distinguished from the situation we are talking about just by the number of days over which a person will be held in the confines of that cell with very little to no meaningful human contact. So the fact that inmates are not screened at the time of admission has a number of effects. The first and foremost is that it means that the Department of Correctional Services is failing to comply with its own standard operating procedures. In particular, paragraph 5.1.17 says, this is the standard operating procedures. No offenders on psychiatric treatment who are under the treatment of a psychiatrist, unless the psychiatrist confirms that the offender does not need further psychiatric intervention, may be admitted to Ebongweni. Of course, this is completely missed if there is no screening tool. As Danielle has pointed out, almost half of the sample that was interviewed at Ebongweni had to be referred for some sort of psychiatric illness. Clearly, in the event that you do have screening in place, you would not have to have a study of this nature, you would not have a seminar of this nature, and you certainly would not be having these referrals. With regard to the Mental Health Care Act procedures, the information that was presented to me suggested that the procedures in the Mental Health Care Act for referral to a psychiatrist for the purposes of inquiry, for referral for a magisterial inquiry rather, that none of those provisions appear to have been utilized by DCS at Ebongweni. I do not speak about other prisons, I'm speaking specifically about Ebongweni. The problem is that a failure, and this is exactly what it is, the failure to use this detailed procedure means that the mental health of prisoners is being overlooked. There doesn't appear to be any attention that is being paid to that. Yet, the standard operating procedures mention mental health, mental illness in several different areas. The failure to conform with the Mental Health Care Act procedures is also a violation of Section 35(2)(e) of the Constitution, which I have already mentioned to you. It violates as well the principles for the protection of persons with mental illness, and it very clearly violates the Nelson Mandela Rule, several of them. Ebongweni's standard operating procedures sets out what the aim of psychological services is supposed to be, and that is to render needs-based psychological services to sentenced and unsentenced offenders, who we refer to as remand detainees, with the aim to improve mental health and emotional well-being in order to assist in offender rehabilitation and reintegration into the community. The problem at Ebongweni, of course, is that exactly what is supposed to be in place to deal with individuals who need to heal emotionally, mentally, those are not being taken care of. So, no offenders, an inmate remaining in any phase of their stay at Ebongweni, and we know there are 3 phases to that stay, Sohela has mentioned it. An inmate who remains in any one of those phases for more than the prescribed period has to be, or rather his overstay in that facility or in that particular phase has got to be reported, and it has got to be authorized by the National Commissioner or his or her delegate. But it's not merely a case of authorizing, there's to also be evidence in place that will justify this decision. And for our purposes, that report that is drafted must also be presented to JIC, not for JICs to actually act on it, but more for the purposes of noting. Of course, any investigation that JICs chooses to launch after that is a separate matter. The problem is that, to the best of my knowledge, and Judge can correct me if I'm wrong, JICs has not received any report of this nature from Ebongweni, despite the fact that at least 3 inmates have been held there for over 8 years. The maximum period of time, I believe, is supposed to be 24 months. 8 years is a far, far cry from 24 months. Importantly, whether the National Commissioner or his or her delegate has ever in fact authorized an overstay is completely unknown. Nobody seems to be able to answer that question. So the overstay, it would seem, has not been authorized, but we stand to be corrected on that. No justifiable evidence or reasons appear to be in place for the overstay. And lastly, JICS has not received any reports, even though it is required by law. Essentially, when we are talking about the conditions of confinement, we are looking today at whether those conditions of confinement amount to solitary confinement. You have heard the specifications of the cell. We know that there is no meaningful human contact. Sohela has covered that already. I won't go into too much of these details, but suffice it to say, I have referenced Section 7 earlier. Although that particular section is within the domain of the National Commissioner, it does not apply in the circumstances of Ebongweni. The conditions of detention point to the existence of solitary confinement, and this has been a running theme with this. I think everybody has noticed that is in fact the case. What is the problem with solitary confinement? Well, let's look at what the Nelson Mandela rules tell us about it. It says, solitary confinement shall refer to the confinement of prisoners for 22 hours or more a day without meaningful human contact. Our problem, Ebongweni isolates individuals for 23 hours and gives them 1 hour of exercise in a caged area, already you have flouted Rule 44 of the Nelson Mandela Rule. The deprivation of meaningful human contact for more than 22 hours is what distinguishes what is going on at Ebongweni with Section 7 of the Correctional Services Act. They apply in completely different contexts. The Act itself is quite confusing because originally in the Prisons Act, we had this concept of solitary confinement. We all know what that is. When the Correctional Services Act was subsequently passed, the term solitary confinement was retained in the legislation. It was only in 2008, when the Correctional Services Amendment Act was passed, that changes were brought in nomenclature. Let's refer to it as that. So, for example, prison is now referred to as correctional center. Prisoner is now referred to as inmate, but there was one huge omission. We were supposed to be moving away from solitary confinement towards so-called segregation. The problem with this piece of legislation is that it includes segregation, but it completely fails to define it. All pieces of legislation have a definition section. It is the first substantial part of legislation that you will see. It does not include a definition of segregation, yet the term segregation appears 18 times in the Act. What does segregation mean? Separation, doesn't it? Almost like apartheid, with separateness. So, what then does the Act provide for? If it's talking about segregation, but it's not defining segregation, is there something else in this Act that can help us? Let's go back to the definition. What it does do is that it retains the definition of solitary confinement. But under the 2008 Amending Act, that definition was supposed to have been removed. So the Act doesn't make sense. It refers to segregation throughout the Act, but fails to define it. On the other hand, it defines solitary confinement, but doesn't apply it anywhere else in the Act. It's a mystery, both to you and to me. Okay, the Act itself contains this definition of solitary confinement as being held in a single cell with loss of all amenities. Unlike the Nelson Mandela rules, this does not include a temporal scope. Either way, whether you are following this definition or the definition in the Nelson Mandela rules, it still amounts to solitary confinement. So there's no clear distinction between these two concepts. And the question that we should be considering, and that is probably the purpose of further study, is what are the practical implications of not having this distinction? Does it justify DCS's conduct in the manner in which it houses individuals at Ebongweni? Can it rely on the fact that the Correctional Services Act itself defines solitary confinement? Does it give DCS the basis for saying it's okay to do so at Ebongweni? My answer, of course, is no. A psychiatrist named Gracian, and who has looked at the effects of solitary confinement, has given his own definition of what solitary confinement is. He says that it is the confinement of a prisoner alone in a cell for all or nearly all of the day, with minimal environmental stimulation and minimal opportunity for social interaction. That describes Ebongweni. He also notes that these conditions, particularly solitary confinement, also causes or can cause severe psychiatric harm. He refers to those who are incarcerated, particularly those who are held in solitary confinement, as being those who are emotionally fragile and often severely mentally ill. For the purposes of the lawyers who are here today, he notes the laws and practices that have established and perpetuated this tragedy deeply offend any sense of common human decency. So it applies to our legal system in as much as it applies to DCS. In 2012, a study was conducted by two of our esteemed colleagues at our university, I'm very proud to say, Naidu and Mkhize. They looked at the situation, mental health issues at a Durban Correctional Center. I'm not going to go through all the details of their study. I wish to draw to your attention what their ultimate findings were, what the statistics look like. They found that 55.4% of all incarcerated people interviewed in one prison exhibited signs of a diagnosable mental health condition. The estimated rate of prevalence amongst prisoners with life sentences was 78.4%. I suppose that one's not entirely surprising. 40% of all deaths in correctional facilities are attributable to suicide, obviously suggesting a mental health component. In the aftermath of the Life Esidimeni tragedy, the South African Human Rights Commission considered issues of mental health, and their final report also referred to the study conducted by Naidu and Mkhize. They utilized these very statistics that we have looked at now. And what the SAHRC report does is that it emphasizes the urgent need to consider how mental health challenges manifest in correctional settings. It recommended to DCS that it finalizes the national policy on mental health care in the prison system, including a fully costed budgeted plan for implementation within 24 months of issuing the report. That policy should have been completed in 2019 based on the parameters set by the Human Rights Commission. When members of DCS, or I should say officials of DCS, were approached, as well as officials at the Department of Health, they were unaware of the policy. A cursory glance at the website for the Department of Health and for Correctional Services reveals that there is no such policy. It does not exist on the website. The people who work in these departments are also unaware of it. The problem, of course, with this is that DCF has failed to comply with a recommendation of a Chapter 9 institution. It is critically important. These are not institutions that we ignore. They are our guardians of democracy. And if DCS is willing to ignore the South African Human Rights Commission's recommendation, what does it tell us about their regard for the mental well-being of prisoners? So we could say that at Ebongweni, while we might not have solitary confinement in the sense that it appears anywhere in the standard operating procedures, we know it's in the Correctional Services Act, but it's not in the standard operating procedures. That would be what we call de jure solitary confinement, something that is provided for in law. What we find at Ebongweni is not de jure solitary confinement. We find de facto solitary confinement, which essentially means that the conditions at Ebongweni resemble solitary confinement. There is practically solitary confinement that exists at Ebongweni. There has clearly been non-compliance with standard operating procedures. There is non-compliance with the Correctional Services Act, and as I've pointed out, a failure to comply with the South African Human Rights Commission's recommendations. The quality of being human is what attracts human rights, irrespective of what one's status is. If the mental health of inmates is not being given adequate attention, proper consideration, the problem of recidivism, reoffending occurs. What does that mean for society? It means that a person leaves the system a far more hardened criminal than he was when he first entered. Any psychiatrist, any criminologist who is present here will tell you that. So why is that a problem for us? Well, you and I are the civilians out there. We are the ones that pay the price when a hardened criminal is let out of the system. That can be addressed before the individual is released if DCS follows through with the recommendations of the South African Human Rights Commission, as well as the recommendations that are coming out of this report. And here are my recommendations. Firstly, the Correctional Services Act should be amended to delete the term solitary confinement. The Act should be amended to insert a comprehensive definition of segregation. Segregation at the moment is regarded as being interchangeable with solitary confinement in foreign jurisdictions. They should implement an appropriate mental health screening tool to be utilized at the time of admission. It must be established whether the National Commissioner has ever authorized overstays at Ebongweni, and if so, what criteria were actually employed. Importantly, it must be ascertained why, if there were authorized overstays, why JICS was never informed of this. The reports that or rather the policy that the Human Rights Commission has referenced should immediately be finalized and published on the DCH and Department of Health website, including, it must include a fully costed budgeted plan. So essentially, this is a restatement of what the Human Rights Commission has recommended. Lastly, and this is, I firmly believe this, that the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services should launch an inquiry into the circumstances and challenges that have been raised in our joint report. Thank you.
I'm being told that I need to keep this very short, so I'm not going to share my presentation, but I'm going to fly through some of the other recommendations that the report makes. Two of the challenges with making any recommendations are, first, the profile of the inmates detained at Ebongweni, which obviously does necessitate a heightened level of security and control. And secondly, the design and infrastructure of Ebongweni, which was built for single cell accommodation. And so we've tried to be cognizant of those restrictions and limitations when making these recommendations. First, we want to recommend gradually implementing policies to, even within Ebongweni's infrastructure and design, reduce solitary confinement through increased out of cell time, group activities, and social interaction. Second, we want to recommend expanding access to meaningful educational, vocational training, recreation, and normalization programs. Third, we recommend strengthening partnerships with external organizations and experts who can provide oversight, training, and programs. Fourth, we think that staff training at Ebongweni needs to be revised to include reference to human rights principles, de-escalation techniques, and other constructive approaches. Fifth, we do think there needs to be consideration of structural changes within Ebongweni to allow for the more flexible use of space for communal and group activities. Sixth, we recommend developing individualized case plans, which focus on rehabilitation and reintegration rather than purely security and control. Seventh, there's an urgent need to increase family engagement through more contact visits, video calls, potentially even programs like parenting classes. Eighth, we must explore restorative justice and victim awareness programs where possible. And ninth, there's obviously a need to improve comprehensive health screening upon admission, but even during detention regularly, as well as treatment and prevention program for inmates. There's clearly a need for further research, which we're sure will follow. And what we hope is that this report will spur that further research and, more importantly, spur the reform that's needed to bridge the gap between our high-minded democratic ideals and the harsh reality within our correctional centers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very comprehensive report too that's highlighted many areas within the legal system as well as the DCS system as well as the health system going forward. We're going to have a session for questions and answers now. It's going to be a process for 20 minutes. So kindly can we hear from you if there's any questions or comments that are available that our panel will then answer. We'll also extend some of the questions to our experts from the mental health field and the EAP field as well here and from our legal profession. So are there questions? Please also can we note the questions that come through via the YouTube streaming so that we also note them and stuff.
Thank you. As Peter said, it's time for questions, colleagues, but let's remember to stick to the point when we are asking questions. And for now, we will prefer at least one question per person. We welcome any questions virtually for the people in virtual attendance and for the people in person attendance. Thank you.
You may just lift your hand so that we can note you. No comments, no questions.
It's impossible. Thank you.
The finding in terms of the state of health of those the matter of the findings of the state of health. Is it wondering now people enter solitary confinement, the appearance of these symptoms or whatever, is there not a particular time at which they begin to show themselves? In other words, not right in the beginning, but at a critical time period. Because it seems that those cases that we did see in solitary confinement or political prisoners, it seems to be around about 6 weeks when they would start to find a placement in solitary confinement to cause them not to do well. And also the study done, would it have been on how recent would it have been put into solitary confinement? I managed to think I managed to do whether all the they say similar period of time, in some ways a shorter period of time.
Thank you, Prof, for the question. Can you refer it to the team?
So I don't think there was a focus on how long each inmate had spent in solitary confinement, because naturally that will depend on their date of admission. But ideally, they should not be at the room for longer than 2 years at a time. So, although Zambia has pointed out that's not always the case, so they should be somewhere between just admitted and 2 years. And I'm sure you're right, there is a period at which symptoms start to manifest and become more serious. But I would note that what international provides is a barrier of 15 days before solitary confinement becomes unlawful and torture.
Thank you. Question at the back. We'll take you. Yes, you can just introduce yourself and ask your question.
Okay, thank you. In terms of screening when they enter places of incarceration, is that going to be done by DCS officials, or are you guys promoting that there should be mental health experts that are going to do that screening? Thank you.
So a combination of both. Prisons are supposed to employ health professionals, and a mental health screening is supposed to be done by a mental health professional employed by the department and permanently stationed at the center.
Okay, my understanding is that there are certain positions, different case officers that are responsible for them. So my question here was, do you guys promote that they should employ more mental health experts to do that specifically?
Yes, I think so. In Jackson's experience, there's a critical shortage of mental health professionals within our correctional centers. And we understand that that isn't, surely attributable to the department. Our country has a shortage of mental health professionals in general, but clearly for a vulnerable population like inmates, that's harmful.
Okay, in the meantime,
Let's take your last question from you, and then we'll move to the questions at the back.
okay, and in the meantime, do you think that the existing staff should be equipped with such?
Probably yes. Well, everyone obviously hires healthcare professionals, and every prison does, I'm sure. Where they're able to, yes, of course, they should be equipped to do so. But we also understand that the department is under massive burden. It is understaffed. Although one positive attribute about everyone is that it's one of very few centers in the country that is never overcrowded because of the special profile of it.
Thank you. Let's take,
Yes, I think the issues are well received. I think the most important aspect that comes out of this deliberation is collaboration with the Department of Health as partners in this aspect, and a sign off so that the Department of Correctional Services, in partnership with the Department of Health, can address these concerns and attend to all these forms of psychosis or some form of instability in one's mental state.
thank you. Let's take, there was the hand at the back. Yeah, let's take the sir first, and then come on.
All right, thank you. I'm listening and learning. Well, I hear now that solitary confinement is not desirable for the reasons that you noted. But in a setting, in an institution such as correctional services, I presume that there must be a means that perhaps inmates maybe when they stray, maybe they are corrected and put back in line appropriately. Have you kind of explored alternatives to solitary confinement, or are you perhaps going to explore suitable alternatives maybe in the near future so that perhaps those will be looked into accordingly? Thank you.
So the Correctional Services Act does provide for a more strictly regulated form of isolation, which can be used when an inmate from some sort of misconduct and is being deprived of certain amenities. And that's called segregation. But it's for very specific reasons, for a maximum period of 7 days, which can be extended only by 30 days. Of course, for the inmates at Ebongweni, segregation doesn't entirely apply. And the alternative that we've proposed in this report and that JIC has proposed is that you can accommodate inmates who are a high security risk in single cells. There's nothing inherently wrong with single cell accommodation. The issue is when that single cell accommodation comes with the deprivation of any meaningful human contact. So if you're accommodated in a single cell, but you receive 3-4 hours a day of stimulation, of interaction with others, including mental health care professionals, including in a controlled setting, your peers, family who visit you, then that we think is, at least for the short term, an ethical, humane alternative to full-on solitary confinement.
Thank you. This was a hand at the back. You can press the button and then ask a question.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ms. Tanis Gomutat.
So my question is, so there's an author, Ross W. Green, who his book is titled Lost at School Why Always Kids with Behavioral Challenges Are Falling Through the Cracks and How We Can Help Them. And he basically goes on to describe how educators can rehabilitate children that show symptoms that could probably result to adult criminality. So my question now is, I think it was Ms. Sohela who said, you being admitted to Ebongweni Center, it is determined by your behavior within the. So obviously we move from one to another one. So obviously that is social dysfunction, it is how you portray yourself. So those are the symptoms of social dysfunction. So now my question is, likewise, how the author Ross W. Green says educators should, be equipped to do certain things. I wasn't equipped to actually help in actually rehabilitating prisoners instead of continuing to traumatize them, because that is actually an issue on its own. If it's worded and actually kids of prisoners, I think there was a Sophie lockdown that went on to show how appalling these conditions are in prison. So are these warders definitely equipped to do that? Or is it just a matter of, because I think I've seen how they advertise the portable button. It just comes with the TSA, whoever wants to think you can just, and you just get the job. Are they actually equipped to rehabilitate them and not further traumatizing, which will result in the social dysfunction, which will then lead to them into a Ebongweni Center?
I was just going to, I think so many things covered the bulk of that, but I still say one thing, is that what is it, I understand it, I'm not sure, for that purpose. It's the mental health care practitioners who are trained for that purpose. And that is exactly where the problem lies. It's lacking. It's sorely lacking. And I think Sohela would like to add to that. From my perspective, it should be mental health care practitioners. Yes, there needs to be training after these officials, but the level at which that training occurs is something that will still be determined. It's not going to be at the level at which a mental health care practitioner would operate. But yes, I would imagine that training is something that should be great to have the people that actually recommended that in fact that should be important.
Yeah, so every prison should have officials who are focused on rehabilitation. Many prisons would have social workers, they have educators and school programs and other vocational training programs. There is a challenge of having insufficient trained and qualified officials or having overcrowded, understaffed correctional centers, which means that the staff that you do have can't necessarily spend all of their time carrying out rehabilitation programs. But what's important to note about Ebongweni is that besides, the purpose of serving isolating dangerous inmates, it's also explicitly supposed to serve a rehabilitation purpose. That's the point of the 3-year behavioral modification program, because inmates who are sent to Ebongweni will be transferred back to their center of origin, where they will hopefully be less violent, less disruptive, less of an escape risk. I think the finding that this report made is that there are insufficient rehabilitation programs at Ebongweni, which means that there aren't enough staff being committed to that purpose. And that's naturally something we recommend.
Thank you so much. I just want to read a comment that has come through via the online platform. Thank you very much to the organizers for the important seminar. As the South African Human Rights Commission and National Preventive Mechanisms period, we are concerned about the interface between mental health and particularly forensic mental health and the criminal justice. The entire value chain does require systemic intervention. We're going to reserve your comments so we'll come back later on because tea is already going to be served. So we're going to take a deep tea break now, and we're going to try to be back by 20 to 20 to 11. So please make sure that you seat, sorry, 20 to 12. Please make sure that you're seated by 20 to 12 so that we then proceed with the second session. If we do have time permitting at the end, we will come back to a round of questions that goes over there. Tea will be served on the outside, so please go through. And for our VIPs, the ushers will lead you to the Senate chamber. Thank you. See you back shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take notes that there will be no teas or coffees allowed in the venue. Sorry about that. So there will be no teas or coffees, but only water is allowed in the venue, as well as no food stuff will be allowed in the venue as well. Thank you.
There were some questions from the YouTube platform. We apologize to the YouTube and Zoom platform. If we missed some questions, please forgive us. We will address all of them. She's going to slide some questions. And Kit will assist me here to read because I'm wearing 4 glasses. Okay. Is it on? The questions from YouTube, please. Are they on and Zoom? Okay, I can try and read the first one from George Signolo. It says, for solitary confined inmates experiencing higher psychological distress, was there any findings that revealed self-harm behavior or incidents? I don't know if I can read the 2 of them, then you can just note them down to the panel members, please. The second one again, it's still the same question, actually. Was there any findings that revealed an self-harm behavior or incident relating to self-harm behavior? To the panel members, please.
We don't know the questions there on the YouTube channel, so we shall see. I know there were questions from within the house, which we'll take at our later question session.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are still sticking to time. I'm just gonna introduce our next panel members. That is Dr. Parvesh Budram. He's the Managing Director of EAP Dynamics, and Mr. Ifan Khalil, who's also an Acting Chief Magistrate at Verlam Magistrate Court. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My presentation today spans 27 years
So I'm going to try to do that in 10 minutes. Judge, what I lack in height, I make up for in the length of my presentation. I think you did mention the Jolly Commission report, which came out in the 1990s. I was tasked in 1997 to look at stress and the impact that it had on staff emanating from some of the recommendations of the Jolly Commission report. I'm not going to go into detail on what we did, but just to give you some of the findings, and this dealt with the staff of DCS at that time. The summary of the findings included very high stress levels amongst staff. I will tabulate some of that a little later. Irritability, insomnia, headaches, depression, suicide as a solution, which had been contemplated, low self-esteem and morale, and very, very often withdrawal symptoms. The recommendations from the study, there are 13 recommendations, and I must state here at the outset that 10 of the 13 recommendations had already been implemented in DCS. The two that are still outstanding is the staffing challenge in terms of hiring appropriate staff to manage challenges that employees have, and the wellness centers that needed to be set up. In my time at DCS, I did set up 8 of the wellness centers, but the rest of them are still outstanding. This is a second research that was conducted amongst head of centers. We had at that stage 215 head of centers. We used an instrument that was developed by the Human Sciences Research Council, and we had a 95% return rate from the heads of centers. I'm not going to present all of the statistics, but just an overview of what the variables are that we looked at during that research. We looked at levels of stress. We looked at causes of stress outside the work situation, and that has been tabulated in detail in the research. And then the 5 variables within the work situation that the Human Sciences Research Council believed that we should look at were functioning in the organization, your tasks that you had to perform, the physical working conditions, career opportunities, social matters, and then remuneration and fringe benefits. And what is evident there, you will see that the levels of stress amongst heads of centers, which I would consider to be the most stressful job in DCS, 24.1% of them have very, very high levels of stress. You combine high and very high, and you will see that the percentage is over 50%. So here we are dealing with heads of centers that are very, very stressed. Going to look at the other variables, the variable that does stand out is physical working conditions. And I think you would agree with me, and from the previous presentations, that they work in a very, very stressful environment. One of the things mentioned by the previous presenters was the fact that employees feel as confined as offenders in the working environment. I then looked at senior managers, and I thought I would present some of the stats that we did look at in 2013. This study was conducted in 2013, and this is just a synopsis of some of the conditions we looked at. And we will see that even amongst senior managers, there are challenges that we have. We looked at physiological conditions as related to challenges in the workplace, high blood pressure, asthma, high cholesterol and diabetes, and this is our senior managers. In 2014, we tried to replicate the study again, and we had 74 senior managers that took part in the study. They ranged from director up to the national commissioner, who also did participate in the study. And we looked at a risk rating, and you will see that there are 5 areas that did come up as a very, very high risk amongst the most senior managers in DCS. Perhaps the most important slide in my presentation is a longitudinal study of what happened amongst correctional officials. I have data for the last 27 years, but I'm only going to present the last from 2017 to 2022. The challenge that we had as the employee wellness component in DCS when I worked there was using some form of reference to define and determine what we would be looking at as far as staff is concerned. And we realized that the DSM-3 at that time was too broad. So we brought it down to about 21 categories initially, and then added a few more that began to come up as we began to look at the referrals that came to the EAP. And you'll see that the number one problem over the years 2017 to 2022 is work-related problems experienced by staff. There were challenges with the shift system. There were challenges with the OSD. There were challenges with understaffing, as well as working conditions. Medical health here referred to those conditions that were clinically presented to the EAP, either by psychologists or social workers or people from the outside, even from the Department of Health. And you would see that that is the second most serious condition within the department. And it goes right down to suicide and rape. Let me just try to put that in a graphic form so that you would be able to see it a lot better. You will see that, and I'm going to look specifically at the graph on the extreme right, which is trauma. We've had several cases of trauma within the department, and you will see over from 2017 to 2022, how they ranged. One of the areas of disgruntlement amongst correctional officials has always been transfers. And one must understand why this has happened and how this became a challenge that the EAP had to address. Finding job opportunities in the country was a significant challenge that many of the employees had, and they applied for jobs wherever they could. And when they did that and did get the job, they found that the first order of business was to try to get a transfer back home. And that became a huge challenge because they had left their families and were employed elsewhere. I have talked a little about stress, and this is an area that was evident in all of the research that we have done in the department. You've heard the previous speakers talk about PTSD and the clinical referrals that were brought about because of the highly stressful conditions within the organization. One of the findings from this research was the fact that correctional officials were considered to be the most highly stressed official amongst any occupational group in South Africa. And a comparative study was done against the South African police, which at that time was experiencing a high rate of suicide. And we also found that within correctional services, the period 2019 to 2020, there were more than 20 suicides of staff within the department. One has to then look at what are the other challenges that staff have and how does it impact their working in the correctional services environment. Finance was a huge problem, and we put in place financial management training. We've also had retirement planning training done for senior managers that they exited the department. One of the big challenges that we were faced with as an EAP was the issue of absenteeism. And one will realize that with the overcrowded centers that we have and with the shortage of staff, that problem is exacerbated, especially when it comes to the shift system. And it had a huge impact on the shift system. Some of the research published in 2021 and 2022 shows that the Global trends across the different functional dimensions of mental well-being include mood and outlook, social self, drive and motivation, mind-body connection, and cognition. The strategic alignment of policies within the organization was informed by a lot of this research, and mental health and psychosomatic illness management became an integral part of the EAP profile within the organization. One of the successes of this program has been a reduction in the rate of suicides. And the rate of suicides has dropped from around 35 at one stage in the 1990s to about 8 to 10 on average, which is still really too high. This is the model that was used in the Department of Correctional Services in managing mental health cases. We have individual therapeutic services managed by social workers. At one stage, and I remember in 2020, we had about 65 EAPs that worked full-time on managing issues related to employees. Unfortunately, that number has dropped significantly due to normal attrition, but also to better work opportunities in other organizations. They also focused on reintegration and aftercare, especially for those that had suffered PTSD or those that were exposed to serious trauma in the workplace itself. Group therapy is again another part of the offerings. The preventative wellness programs has increased significantly over the years, and the focus on sport and recreation with more than 100 wellness days in the last few years has moved the focus from competitive sport to recreation, where more people can compete and can participate. We've had several trainings of managers and supervisors and the marketing of the program. The management of the mental health issues normally happens through a process. This is our process. This is the process model that the DCS uses. By the way, I'm retired from DCS. I'm presenting information that I gleaned as the Director of Employee Wellness up until 2020. The mental health issues are referred to the EAP either by the senior managers, they are self-referrals, they are often forced referrals. And the challenge there is that managers don't manage. They tend to send their problem to somebody who can deal with it. And that is a huge challenge for the EAP. Because in an assessment and in collecting and gathering information relating to the potential causes of challenges that employees have, it is quite evident that the problem is being pushed onto the specialists that deal with challenges. Our assessment is a very comprehensive assessment, and it is also administered and information provided by specialists in the field. The clinical management of the casework is also a very, very important part of the process. We then look at a working diagnosis and test the assessment, because in trying to determine the underlying challenges that employees have, one might find that the presenting problem is a financial problem, but the actual underlying cause of that could be a challenge at home. Once the information is assessed, it is communicated, and the diagnosis is then referred to either a specialist in the field or a psychologist who can assist, and the treatment plan is finalized. Generally, our medical aides are very supportive in helping other staff to address some of these issues. If the person needs to be incapacitated, then the pillar report, incapacity and ill health retirement process normally takes place. And if alternative placement is needed, then HR takes over. Now, presenting this in the context of what is happening in South Africa is quite interesting in the sense that one of the studies that I'm quoting here reveals that the rates of probable depression and anxiety is more than 25% as compared to other countries. Now, the South African Anxiety and Depression Group will concede that depression is one of the most challenging conditions that our employees face. COVID-19, if you looked at the stats that I had presented, you will see that there had been a decline in some areas, but the issues of health condition increased significantly after COVID-19. Although mental health care is considered an essential service, restrictions on physical contact, in-person consultations, transport, and financial restrictions made access to facilities quite difficult for those who needed assistance. GEM's report published in 2023 reported that about 1.2 million public servants, which is about 44,273 or 3.64% of officials using the medical aid are on chronic medication to deal with mental health conditions. And that, ladies and gentlemen, in 10 minutes, brings me to the end. Judge, you were right that there is an impending storm, but whether that becomes a perfect storm depends on the people in this room. So thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. I've just got 10 minutes. I will talk a little faster, all protocol observed. I know there is Madam Justice Norman here, and Ms. Singhdani is here, the senior magistrate. But I just wanted to spend a minute on Judge Edwin Cameron. Judge, I'm not too sure if you know the effect of judgments from the SCA and particularly the Constitutional Court, the drastic effect that it has on all of us that are administrators of the law, the reasoning that I use in the judgment. It helps us to explain better the law and to make the law more understandable. So thank you very much, Judge, for all that you've done with jurisprudence. The Levac case, voice identification, I used that not too long ago, and various other cases. But thank you very much, Judge, and thanks for your book that you sent a few years ago. You couriered it at your own expense. I was acting chief in Maritzburg, and you wrote a beautiful message, which I have on my wall. I removed my degree certificates and I put your note there. And you signed it off, Edwin Cameron, and I said, wow, a Constitutional Court judge just refers to himself by his first name and surname. So it teaches us a lot of humility. Thank you very much. All right, let me just get to it. You know, as I was sitting and listening to the various presenters, I couldn't help wonder that the one factor that was highlighted amongst all the presentations, and particularly in regard to mental health, was the issue of human dignity. And perhaps I can quote from a judgment I penned a few years back. It was in the context of an equality court matter dealing with hate speech. I quote, "In our continued quest towards a society that is just and defensible, human dignity in its various manifestations lies at the heart of all that we yearn for and aspire to as a nation in transition." And we know that when we talk of society, society is not just those that have liberty. It is those that are incarcerated. They are our brothers, our parents, they are our relatives. They will come back to us sooner or later. So to understand and to grapple with this issue of human dignity, I think it is so important, first of all, to acknowledge the gravity of the issue or the challenge that faces us. According to the World Health Organization, in the latest report I read one of the nights, every 26 seconds, a person attempts to take their own life in the world. Every 40 seconds, a person is successful in committing suicide in the world. I think in the last year, there were 703,000 suicides committed in the world. Those are staggering figures. If those figures which we accept coming from the World Health Organization are indeed correct, it means that in the 3 hours that we've been here, about 400 people in the world would have attempted suicide, of which just over 200 would have killed themselves just in the 3 hours that we've been here. So mental health, insofar as it pertains to the law, and I do so with the utmost respect for the judges and everyone else who may know a lot more about the law, I think we have sufficient safeguards in law. We have the Criminal Procedure Act, and the bedrock of our law is that in order to find somebody guilty of an offense who suffers from a mental illness, they must have criminal responsibility. So criminal liability is dependent upon criminal responsibility. So the judge quoted, Judge Cameron quoted the Constitution in section 35(3), I think it is E, which was changed somewhat when compared to the interim constitution, which provides for every sentenced prisoner, including every detained person, has a right to be kept in conditions which are consistent with human dignity. Again, we have human dignity and the provision of exercise, nutrition, etc., but also adequate medical treatment, not the best of medical treatment, but adequate medical treatment. And I think that's where we grapple with as a society still in transition. The adequate medical, before I proceed, can I just be allowed to just highlight something which I think the interpretive command in section 39(1) of the Constitution, no matter who you are, whether you're a court, tribunal, or forum, is that when you're interpreting that constitutional right, which is under Chapter 2 in the Bill of Rights, you must do so in a way which promotes the values in an open and democratic society based upon human dignity, again, human dignity, equality, and freedom. We got no choice. We got to interpret that provision in terms of the constitutional command. So in the interim constitution, if I remember correctly, in 1994, the foundational values were equality, human dignity, and freedom. But under the final constitution in 1996, the Constitutional Assembly decided to just change it around somewhat. And it now provides for human dignity, equality, and freedom. I'm not too sure what the purpose was to put human dignity as the foremost ground. I'm not suggesting by any means that it's the most important ground, but there must have been a reason why human dignity stands as the foremost ground or foundational value in our Constitution. Perhaps it's the history we come from, where so many people were dehumanized, etc. But surely in the interpretation of the Constitution, we must consider international law as well. Well, the court, tribunal, or forum must do so. And a lot of speakers have alluded to treaties that we have signed and international instruments which we are bound by. And the court, of course, may consider foreign law. But when it comes to the lower courts in which I preside, when an accused person appears in court, there's a very low threshold requirement of where it appears to the court that the person may not be able to understand the proceeding. Then the court is directed to hold an inquiry. So that appearance to the court can either be of the court of its own accord, or it could be the legal representative of the state or the defense or the accused that brings it to the attention of the court. And I think that Section 78 in regard to the legal requirement of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 provides for criminal responsibility. And it says that a person that commits an act or an omission which involves or which amounts to the commission of an offense would not be held criminally responsible if they could not appreciate the wrongfulness of the action. And secondly, or they could not act in a. So that is basically the law in the Criminal Procedure Act insofar as it pertains to criminal proceedings. So a person may be able to understand the proceeding, but they may have a long trial, and during the course of the trial, the defense may rely on defenses of lack of criminal responsibility. And mental illness is a defense which is regarded as one of pathological criminal incapacity, because usually there is a set diagnosis that is made in terms of the diagnosis criteria that are accepted and recognized in the country. And thereafter, the court will examine all the evidence. So psychiatric evidence plays an indispensable role when it comes to where such defenses are raised in court, because obviously we are not experts. We rely on the expert in that particular field in order to make a fair and just judgment at the end of the day. Sorry, your mind, if I just have a drink of water? So what happens is, if the court finds that the accused is able to understand the proceeding, the law prescribes again in terms of Section 78 that the trial proceeds in the normal fashion. So the defense of mental illness can be raised, and the court obviously would consider that and rely on expert psychiatric evidence. And sometimes it can be a really extensive evidence. Sometimes there's a poor judge or magistrate. You are all at a loss to be able to understand, because it is so important for the trier of fact to understand what is being said and in simple terms, because if you don't understand it, how dare you ever deliver a judgment on that aspect? So sometimes it can be really extensive and it can be very technical. So if the court finds that the person, by virtue of mental illness, okay, about 3 minutes, does not understand the proceedings, then what would happen is that the court can return a verdict of not guilty. The Mental Health Care Act was alluded to. This act was passed about, I think, 20 years ago in December of 2004, or 19 years ago. And it came into operation 2 years or 26 months after it was assented to by the state president. So there was a bit of a delay in the coming into operation of that act. But that act provides for the magistrate of the district, or as Ms. Sandy Singh, Ms. Singh said, it provides for the head of prison to, again, a low threshold requirement of where it appears to the head of prison, either from his or her own personal observation, or where it is brought to their attention, to cause an inquiry to be held with the psychiatrist or any other medical health care practitioner, and then a report is submitted. But once that report is submitted to the head of prison, and for example, it says that the person requires treatment at a health establishment, and there are designated health establishments under Section 49 of that Act, then the head of prison must cause that report to be sent to the magistrate of the district. They got no option. It becomes peremptory. And the magistrate must then inquire, and at the end of that, they would make orders as to whether the person does indeed require, has a mental illness, and secondly, whether they require to be kept at a health establishment outside correctional services. And that is then sent to the head of prison and sent to the National Commissioner, and the head of prison, once they receive the placement, has 14 days. So there are these time frames. There is expediency built into the system. But I can say that I served in Durban, where I'm currently stationed at Durban, as well as Pietermaritzburg. And Judge, not once have I ever seen such a report, not one time since the enactment of the Mental Health Care Act. If the person goes to a health establishment absconds, a report must be sent to the magistrate of the district as well. Again, Not once have I ever seen such a report. And I've checked up even currently with the chief in Durban. And well, Maritzburg, when I was there for a few months, I couldn't, I didn't come across any. So there must be something fundamentally wrong. Because if we see the figures, if we listen to the experts, surely there is much mental health issues in society within our correctional services or prisons. But why is this not coming to the fore? And I think we got the laws there. The laws, I think, are adequate. The Constitution, I think, it's fine as well. It's just in the implementation of that. And how have we become such an uncaring society? I mean, those that are convicted of abhorrent crime, heinous offenses, sometimes you can't even do anything to, you just have to put the person into prison. The sentencing regime, there are so many interventions, whether the Act 105 of 1997 referred to as the minimum legislation or minimum sentencing regime, where certain offenses, if you're convicted of it, the legislature has prescribed imprisonment for life. I'm not so sure whether, our request to get a standardized and a serious form of punishment, whether that has the efficacy that it intended to. But anyway, to cut a long story short, my time is up now. All right, in 60 seconds, I'll finish up, if I may. Thank you very much. An interesting case is the case of Inchongwana versus the state dealing with mental health issues and illustrating some of these points, where a person convicted of various murders, rape, etc., but he was convicted. It's reported in the 2024 All South African Law Report, but it's a case which started in the Durban High Court. But then you wonder, but how is the person who has been certified as seriously ill by 6 different institutions, including Falkenberg in the Western Cape? And that's where the law and psychiatry has a bit of tension. But I think that judgment by the SCA is a good judgment because it illustrates how the proper approach, I think, in law. At the end of the day, when we don't afford, so the heads of prison play such an important role in ensuring that there's adequate medical treatment. And I don't know why we have not received any such a report, but that's something surely that must be looked into. At the end of it, even if it's not just for the sake of persons who have mental health issues in our prisons, for our sake then, surely we can become a society that has more empathy, compassion. Even to the judge or magistrate, it doesn't mean we have no compassion. It doesn't mean we cannot empathize with an accused person, with the victims of crime, but there is a way in which you do that. So I think that would help quite a bit. I got the interventions which I proposed. It is in my presentation. At the end of the day, I would just say that if we commit an injustice in our prisons, there are vulnerable group of persons where the state has taken on the constitutional responsibility for the safeguard. But where we don't give them and afford them the medical treatment that they require, it is surely an injustice. And it is often said that an injustice anywhere at all, is a threat to justice everywhere. I thank you.
Thank you so much to our presenters for session number 2, focusing on EAP services and mental health and the law. We'll now take questions. We'll open up for questions or any comments, both from our physical and our online.
they make orders as to whether operational service is, personal center is suitable for the person. So my question, I also refer to what Ms. James said. She's, okay, so this is topic, but she's, thinks that qualities of being human is what affords you or qualifies you to human rights. So, if you're familiar with the stance, that personal, different personal, personalities, you find that there's borderline, narcissistic and social avoidance, obsessive compulsive, personal disorders. And I just want to propose this that says man is the only animal that flashes in which says that which means that humans are the only people that have the trait of feeling remorse and shame, being embarrassed. So, for example, narcissists, they do not have that trait. They don't feel remorse. They don't feel shame, embarrassment. So even if you send them to a correctional center, their behavior cannot be corrected. So the first part is how that now, according to the code of Mark Twain, that now says that he's not human. That's why. So why do we so hide like what we call conventions such as the Human Rights, Universal Human Rights Declaration, which are just an extension of neocolonialism, which does not result in sustainable development. That now we're still going to afford in these human rights and all of that thing when we just holding ourselves back, like keep on trying to put services for the better becoming rich. So wasting tax money, all of that thing. It's true. I think looking at narcissist behaviors, do we ensure that when in a correctional center, you not put three people, like two different personalities that aren't supposed to be together in the same center? For example, if you put a narcissistic person in a borderline personality, disorder person, most likely the borderline personality disorder person will not actually grow and they will not actually be rehabilitated. So I'm asking that if you pay attention to that, and you really still have to consider narcissists as humans.
I think our judge can answer that. The panel members can. So Hella.
I think the moment at which you start saying that some people are not doing or not deserving to survive because of mental illness, because of other characteristics that are very dangerous characteristics. Part of the reason why we extend these rights even to people who have done very bad things that are in our correctional centers is because they are humans in right and mentally universal, and because we recognize that those people are particularly vulnerable and therefore are particular protection. As for whether the department separates people based on their particular mental illness, I don't know. I don't know if our colleagues at the department could contribute, but it's certainly interesting.
Okay. I think the biggest issue I have with the history of because we've distinguished in such individuals and the rest of us is as far as the humanity is concerned. And in this, there's no representing being than anybody else being in the truth. So that's what is called a mental health condition. Whatever it may be, doesn't distinguish them on the basis of. So I think the first thing is the football, whether people are separated according to any condition they may have. But do they deserve the attention? Do they deserve the care? Absolutely. It's each and every one of us here is entitled to it. So it's been entitled.
Thank you. There's a response.
Yes, thank you. I just want to just take two quick comments on the question. First of all, this dignity is inherent. I think in the final constitution, they came to some work to provide. So there can be no debate about as long as you are a human being, fundamental human rights must be applicable. On the issue of incarceration, in one of the matters, the first thing from the committee mental illness, but the evidence before me was that they wanted the person to be placed off of how this happened. So what happened is I felt that I can't maybe incorrectly as well, but this was my view, that the person, we cannot describe the correctional service as guilty of the person. As the court, we sent it to the person. But what I did was that in deciding where to place the person, the department or the Commission of Correctional Services must take into account the judgment, which alludes to how they usually what sort of what they want the person. And then the Department of Correctional Services will expect will consider the judgment and then decide where the person is best, for example.
There was a hand of that. Go ahead.
Thank you once again. Like I studied personal particular cases that have some relevance. I hope this is a question to ask. I'm seeking clarity. The magistrate says that Ntongwana was convicted, even though the court noted that there was a preferred method of interpretation of the side. The idea was that he was convicted, and perhaps with the court address that the psychiatrist prepared in its judgment. It's also have if the court within its bounds, certainly answer the moment of the if the court within its bounds have noted that's prepared to give guidance as to the conditions of the detention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think when paragraph 89 of the judgment, perhaps maybe about 50 pages of the judgment is what I used to because it's so important for people for the youth to understand as to why a person who has serious mental illness still be held responsible. So usually the approach of the law is we rely on psychiatric evidence. We must consider the actions of the accused person before, during, after. We look at credibility and the overall assessment of all the facts. And then in this particular case, the court has found that the actions of the accused were rational, they were directed in a number of undisputed, not common cause, but undisputed evidence, which indicated that clearly the person knew what they were doing at the relevant time, and the court is not even expect diminished responsibility. And they choose not to obviously there are consequences attached to that life of so yes, the court is dealing with all those issues. It is primarily for that reason for the problem.
Sorry, Joy. It's our YouTube modification of getting the question, so apologies for that. There is a question from YouTube that has come through, and it reads as follows: who is responsible if DCS management does not respect Judge Cameron's report, or does not respect a high court order?
It's a question from YouTube, Judge.
Thank you very much to our YouTube participant for asking. At the moment, nothing. The present statute confers on VIC's powers of investigation and reporting. So we have a voice, which is what we do today. That's why I said today is a grandstand punch. The new statute, the Self-Referendum Justice President of the Constitutional Court in December 2020 required VICs to be constituted as an independent entity, which is deferred now through the efforts of Mr. and his staff. That was all pushed through.
But we still need the enactment of the JICS bill, which is the full Parliament has been seen by the following committee. That will give JICS much better powers. You'll be able to make recommendations on discipline, on policy, on operational issues, on executive decisions, which the department will not be obliged to follow, but if it doesn't follow, it's got to say why. And the moment you've got to say why, you can be reviewed. So JICS could then say, you've got to stop these conditions, or you've got to make it different. And then if they say, well, we can't do it, we haven't got resources or whatever reason, those can be examined. So it's a much better rational system. Thank you.
I think we will address some of the outstanding questions as they come. Unfortunately, they come via a cell phone, so that maybe they will read them for us from up there because the cell phone is taking down with the over to you. Okay. Are there any further questions? Comments? Let's take the last one. Let's keep it on. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I'm Stephen Peaty. I'm from the Associate Professor in the Law Faculty at UKZN and the academic supervisor of one of the authors of the report. First, just a comment. I think that many of the recommendations in the report are just eminently sensible, and there seems to be much low-hanging fruit, very few cost implications, and just common sense things that need to be addressed, that can be addressed in relation to what was covered in the report. And then just a question. Despite my academic position, I can't claim to be an expert on the mental health aspect of prisoners. But as I was listening to the conclusions and so on, it did occur to me that this problem is probably much more widespread than simply prisoners who are in solitary confinement in these very restricted conditions, and that there's probably a big problem throughout the penal system. And I was just thinking about the stresses that normal prisoners would be exposed to, the gang activities, the drastic overcrowding, the chronic problem since the time of the colony of Natal that has never gone away and just continues to haunt us. But my question is, if it's not been done already, isn't there an urgent need for a much wider research project looking at the mental health of South African prisoners in general, so that one can then start comparing the problem which is evident in the maximum security prisons, comparing that to the problems which may well be there in prisons in general, to further highlight this particular serious problem. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. We welcome the suggestion. It's all based on funding, lots of resources together with that. But we've already started initiating a dialogue with the National Department of Health. That project is running parallel to this seminar. It's two-pronged. One is to deal with the declared state patients, and the other one is to deal with all other inmates that have some form of psychosis, and how, in collaboration with the National Department of Health, synergizing with the Department of Correctional Services, how do they take this suggestion forward? We've already promoted this to the department. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to session number 3. If there's a YouTube question, please note it so that we also then cover it in our last session going forward. So we're going on to our next session, and we have 2 presenters for our next session. We're going to have Dr. Nikiwe Hongo, who is the Director for Mental Health and Substance Abuse at the Department of Health, and my boss, so I must be nice now, who's going to be talking about the state of forensic mental health services in the province. And then we're going to have Prof. Laslich, who is a practicing psychiatrist and has retired as an honorable professor from the from UKZN in good standing. So he's going to also take us through the effect of conditions of detention on mental well-being of inmates. So that's our next section. We're going to start with Dr. Hongo. Please give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Nikki Wehongo, and I also want to confirm I was in class with your deputy minister. Actually, the day he was taken to be put on the throne as the chief, he was fresh from class and we're doing Form 3 at the time. Okay, that reveals my age when I say Form 3. Yeah, I'm just gonna be taking you through a very short presentation which will just show what we're doing on the side of forensic mental health and within KZN. Why is the slide not moving? Okay, I've got very few slides and sorry about the glitch. This first one just actually talks to the number of the acts on the legislative framework that actually govern the work we do as the Department of Health in terms of forensic mental health. And then my next slide I just want to zoom in on the forensic mental health services that we offer. We are tasked with doing forensic observation assessments as per section 77 and 78 of the Criminal Procedure Act. And then we also then are tasked to admit the state patients once the judge orders that the patient, the user needs mental health care treatment and rehabilitation. And then also with the Child Justice Act, we do those criminal capacity assessments and forensic psychological services that we offer both for the victims and the offenders. So yes, we've had quite a number of challenges in terms of a reduced number of specialized personnel, especially psychiatrists. And we have at Fort Napier is the one facility that does observations for the whole province. And it's a 30-bedded ward, and there's another 6 beds that also accommodate rotating between females and children and adolescents. So yeah, Fort Napier has got 30 beds. And then in the other hospitals, in Zimkule and Madadeni hospitals, we actually admit state patients. I must say, as Madadeni and some of the hospitals they actually even assist with preliminary assessments. And challenges we've had with that are that sometimes the courts expect those preliminary assessments to be done by a psychiatrist, which is not right. They can be done by any medical officer. They used to be done by district surgeons. And then our waiting list as at end of January, with observations, we've got about 200. We've actually cut down on that waiting list. I'll show you on the next slide. And with state patients, we've managed to bring the numbers very low as well. 7 of the state patients are waiting admission. In Zimkulu Hospital, we actually affected by cross-border issues here. All the 5 patients that are waiting, we're trying to have them redirected to the Eastern Cape because it poses a lot of integration and reunification with family. And Madadeni, we just only have 2 patients in the waiting list. Okay, as I've mentioned, we've got a shortage of psychiatrists. When we do our observations, especially the panel observations, sometimes we work together with psychiatrists that are employed by DOJ, and currently we have none. That also causes further delays with the observations of patients. And then we also, okay, the complaint they've posed, which we have put forward also to the PEEC, is the fact that they are being paid lower rates by DOJ. And then we also have issues of missed appointments. It's quite a tricky arrangement, the booking of the patient for a 30-bedded unit, because they're not coming in at the same time and coming out at the same time. You have to manage the bed spaces depending on the number of days that the patients are going to stay within the unit. And sometimes the patients will not be brought into the unit on the appointed date, and that poses quite a number of challenges. And when we raised that at the PEC, at least we're able to get the contact person with correctional services. And then, yeah, the space challenges are that the bed the unit so far has got quite a limited number of beds. We've had discussions with our neighbor at Correctional Services, the new prison in Pietermaritzburg, to use some of their beds and, you know, that intersectoral partnership, training their staff and also making sure that we can go across and do some of the observations at their unit. Okay, so the achievement we've had is the reduction in the waiting list. We were fortunate to get an NHI grant, and we were able to hire 2 psychiatrists who are not paid from the Fort Napier Hospital, but through the grant. And that extra number of hands, it actually assisted in reducing the waiting list from the waiting time from 11 months to 5 months. I think actually now in March, because this is at the end of January. Now in March, we must be sitting at about 3 months. And we have an intersectoral collaboration and an intersectoral forum where we sit and discuss any issues with SAPS, with correctional services. And some of the mentally ill prisoners are seen as outpatients and assessed and treated at Makadeni Hospital. We haven't had many referrals, as was cited earlier by the previous speakers, of mentally ill prisoners that need admission. So we're not sure whether this is what the presenters of the research were mentioning, that these observations are not taken as queries into the magistrate's court for assessment. So yeah, very little we have seen. And we working very closely with correctional services, and especially where there's a need for mental health trainings. So we want to continue with the intersectoral collaboration, and we've made sure that we put forensic mental health on the agenda at the PEC meeting. And yeah, from that, we've looked at the strategies to reduce the missed appointment. And as I've mentioned, conducting correctional observations at correctional centers and doing a lot of training. That's the end of my presentation, but I just want to make a few notes on the discussions that had been deliberated, especially from Sohela's recommendations. I agree fully that the correctional services, if we are to follow the change and of name towards correctional, there needs to be quite a number of PSR, psychosocial rehabilitation programs that are taking place. Because if I compare solitary confinement to seclusion, which we normally use within mental health to correct behavior. I mean, seclusion, we only do it for 4 hours. When I listen to the 22 hours on a daily basis, you're bound to have mental health illness. And yeah, the other thing I wanted, yeah, I agree with you fully on the rehabilitation and steps towards reintegration and family reunification. And this will only be successful if there is within the correctional center a multidisciplinary team. Because we must remember some of the reasons people committed crime, they also involve issues like poverty, people are unskilled, they don't know and don't have work, they don't know what to do, they end up being creative and start misbehaving. So if you have a multidisciplinary team, they really address the rehabilitation aspect and reintegration, and also post-discharge and post-release management would also be important. I don't know when, some years ago, there used to be something called NICRO. I don't know whether it's still there, but something that's also in place for post-discharge and release. In terms of screening, yeah, what I would like to say is that screening shouldn't only happen on admission, but should be a continuous process, because as conditions change and the failure to adapt in this new environment can actually trigger some of the conditions even much later. So you don't want to screen only at the beginning, you want to screen continuously at intervals, just to make sure that you are picking up whatever is coming up. And then, yeah, I'm actually intrigued at Dr. Boodram's statement when he was doing the EAP that the warders and other staff, they feel confined themselves. So you can imagine if that's how the warders feel, how your prisoners feel. And basically, we always say everyone has a mental health issue until triggered. So all of us here, we do have our own mental health issues. We just need that trigger to you know, elicit any psychotic behavior. So yes, we're there and willing for partnerships, for training of staff and assistance with some of the tools. But from what I heard being presented and the results of the presentation, yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, so thank you so much. I think we would like to see the partnership growing and having some implementation towards the improvement of conditions. Thank you.
Yeah, no, he doesn't need a presentation. He can just talk off his head. Please give a warm welcome to Prof. Lasage.
Thank you very much. Good day and Sambonane. I have to explain, I've had a fair amount of experience being as far as prison services are concerned. Some time ago, which is years and years ago, I was a district surgeon in Maritzburg, and I had to care for prisoners there. That was the old prison, but I thought it was quite a happy prison. And why, I think, is because prisoners then were allowed to go out and work for the railways. And they had more movement and everything, and there was probably only a couple of, I think only 2 cases of violence where a chap had stabbed another fellow in the chest with a piece of wire which he had pushed into his rectum to take out into the prison or to swallow money, and then they would wait for their, when they used to go, oh, what they did is they worked on curtain rods and cut it up into ring shape, and then they would come back having dropped deliberately a rail on the foot. Of course, I had to send them to Edendale Hospital, where they sold the rings, bring money into the prison, which they were not allowed to do. The same thing went for cannabis. They would swallow the little bag of cannabis tied to the tooth. So it was quite an interesting area. I had to, of course, observe people who were caned. In those days, of the heavy cane in prison and the light cane in the magistrate's court. So that was some interesting thing. There were also faction fights, and sometimes 70 prisoners at a time would arrive. One thing that was noticeable is the kitchen was the cleanest kitchen in the whole world. You could eat off the floor; it was so clean. That was a plus for the prison. And then I was at times a consultant psychiatrist to Westfield and to Central Prison in Durban until it was changed. And that was mainly asking to come and see people who might have had some condition. Like there were a couple of that I remembered at Durban Central. Both confidence fixers, the one insisted that he had to be, for his mental health, to be in the same cell as his girlfriend. The other showed me a picture from the paper where he was involved in translation of Afrikaans into something else. And then he showed me a picture of what he'd done in Libya, bus adverts. It was just they were just conning people that they wanted to, they were pleading to be released. Fort Napier, of course, was interesting to work in there, seeing the one sent by prison. But in those days, it was not over. There was not a tremendous demand, so we would keep up with the needs. Now I understand there's quite a long wait list. And sometimes I wondered if some of these could not be assessed out of prison, you know, for minor things like, say, kleptomania or something like that. Then in 1982 they changed the Internal Security Act because there were so many deaths in detention that the detainees support group had been registering, and then they decided to change that section in that the district surgeon, if he noticed that anybody showed signs of mental illness, that those who were in solitary confinement would then refer this to me. So I became elected to do KwaZulu-Natal. I also had to do, I went to the Eastern Cape as well, because by getting to know quite a number of the advocates in there who asked me to see these clients of theirs, I had to go to Queenstown. Well, what they did there in the Eastern Cape, they converted a lot of police stations into detention centers. And there was, and they also bypassed some section because they made it such that they could extend their stay if they wanted to. So there were some of them that had been in prison as well, I saw, like a lady who was kidnapped in Swaziland and then brought to Eastern Transvaal and tortured there, you know, burning the salt of her feet with cigarette butts and stuff like that. So I saw her after her release, and she had got post-traumatic stress disorder. It seemed that a lot of the prisoners who were severely tortured developed more post-traumatic stress disorder. The others, the majority that I saw of the, I presented a paper at the NAMDA conference. NAMDA became a body that was separating itself from South African Medical Association because they did very little and to address the problems of detainees and other political issues. So there were 22 cases I presented. There were others that I had seen later as well. Of these 22, the majority were male. And the most common condition that was encountered was depression, major depressive episode. We adopted the rule that should anyone who's been referred to me show signs of any kind of mental illness, such a person would immediately be referred to a psychiatrist in practice and the person admitted to hospital. What these, I wanted to use a bad word, did to us is they transferred them to Pretoria, where the psychiatrists there were in cahoots with the government. So they changed our diagnosis to adjustment disorder. They say this is an adjustment to a situation. And but an adjustment disorder doesn't need medication, you don't get severe condition. That was just a way of changing diagnosis. And even one of the psychiatrists there, a professor, by the way, who said, oh, there was a study done in Canada on prisoners, the usual prisoners in the prison. They took a group and to volunteer, they should be isolated. And they volunteered, of course. And said, and they came out much better in behavior. So he was saying, you see, solitary confinement is actually quite a good thing to do. Anyway, the nature of detention was that isolation, which we found was the most serious of all the aspects of being confined. And of course, confined in a single room, small, only slightly wider and longer than a bed. And adjoining it would be the area where they have ablution and all that. But it was all confined. As far as windows are concerned, they had them high up, so all you saw was the clouds. You can't see anything else but the, that's all. And drab inside, of course. And, but of course, unlike the prisoners in maximum, their captors would be, call them out. Of course, the usual thing was to wait at 2 o'clock in the morning, because you'll be at the most vulnerable for interrogation. So they had that side of the torture, and but nevertheless, this was very, very distressing to the detainees. And once we met up with the senior security people, because the district surgeon was worried about the injuries to the detainees. And they were so surprised that he told them that this was the case. And one fellow, I was saying about suicide, and they said, but you know, the prisoners and the captors form a bond. So he thought that was good for them. And of course, oh yes, the duration of detention was for 22 to 23 hours out of every day. The general surroundings were drab, totally lacking in stimulation, both inside, both rooms, of course, that were there form one unit. Interrogation, of course, they were subjected to. Manipulation of their daily existence to suit the needs of the captors. Interaction with specific persons whose sole purpose was to obtain information. And methods to induce non-compliance, such as torture with electrical shock. Development of pathological bond with the dependency on the interrogator. So that we felt that such conditions and that it was obviously not medically right. That a person who develops an illness is detained, and then when he's better, send him back. Which didn't make any sense. That's why we felt they should rather be discharged. But it was the isolation that really affected them most. And we found amongst the diagnoses that there was also post-traumatic stress disorder, brief psychotic disorder, and anxiety states, severe anxiety states, and psychosomatic problem, as well as, there was one of schizophrenia, but obviously the detention just caused a relapse. But even in that case, the person was seriously ill, and the prisoners, people that are in prison, didn't see it as serious, and thought he deserved to be in isolation or detained. So we drew up a declaration for that, and that. But oh, by the way, that there was another colleague of mine. He wanted to present a paper to the annual National Congress of the Psychiatrists in Cape Town, and was refused permission by the police, because you had to obtain permission from the security police to produce, to present. Mine was done because it was done with NAMDA, and I didn't bother to submit to anything to anybody, so that's how I got by. But there was also a section in the Mental Health Act that could say they could prosecute it if you wrote reports on the psychiatric the conditions of psychiatric patients. But it was certainly quite an experience, and going to these various places like well, quite a few of them had already come out of detention, but were now showing signs of whatever, and then having people who work for the government going to court to hear what I had to say so they could oppose it and water it down, as that wasn't such a serious matter. So the ones, oh, and when we sometimes met these individuals, like they came to medical school to talk to us, and you could see they were changed. They had this kind of frozen look from all the torture and the isolation that they went through. And we all know what happened with poor old Steve Peter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Dr. Honga and to Prof. Lasish. We now take questions and comments from this session.
Before we take questions, ladies and gentlemen, we have to speed up a bit. There's load shedding apparently at 2, and time is against us. It's already past 1, so we'll have to shorten some of the questions that we'll receive. So by 2 at least, the mics will be off and the lights will go. Thank you. Questions. I know questions take time in the mind to come, but let's try and make them come faster. We also welcome questions from the Zoom people. We know you are there. We appreciate you. We know you are there. So please, if you've got questions, you can paste them on the chat. I saw a hand there somewhere.
Thank you again for the opportunity to comment more any questions. So at the planning we deprived the footage of personnel, psychiatrists, and in the news there's not common place that's why it's in the news. They are medicine graduates. They took to the streets. They took to the streets because they are not getting opportunity. Hoping maybe we talk to the powers that be to make their presence come one way or the other, and perhaps maybe give even better voice because it seems like the matters are interlinked. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments.
From the Zoom platform, any questions, any comments? There's none from YouTube. So, yeah, thank you. We'll keep up with the load shedding then.
Something that we were asked to go to really from prison and it was a very well known person who went to town. The security people, you see, basically you had to examine the prison on your own. They couldn't have employees with him or you. But in this case, they refused to go. And when we asked the person we were going to examine, do you mind if we do it with these 2 people present? He said to them, can't you go to the answer? No, they wouldn't. Then the chief came along and he said to us, listen, the law here in the Transkei is that you've got to see for the prison, you cannot move out of here. If you don't like it, you don't bother with. Fortunately, the man we talked to, so he was in his 70s, and I said they must provide him with a newspaper, at least a radio, but it needs to be out of there.
Thank you, Professor. I just want to quickly ask where the scribers are. Keith is gonna start dealing with the recommendations. Could the scribers come forward so we get the recommendations and that they be summarized? Yes, please come forward.
Please note, the recommendations are a starting point, and we are hoping that it will spark further research, further collaborations, further meetings that will then result in positive resolutions being taken, that we will see a definite change going forward.
I get just a quick message that all the recommendations were discussed during the presentations, unless if there are new recommendations that have been put forward from the platform, but all those were dealt with. I believe there'll be further engagements around the recommendations, and a roadmap forward will be drafted so that everyone can be able to see. Thank you.
We will now move to the vote of thanks. We call upon Mr. Dick Misser, who is the Chief Executive Officer for the Judicial Inspection for Correctional Services. Let's give him a round.
To all the ladies in the house, the ladies on the platforms, various platforms, I'd like to take the opportunity of wishing you a very happy International Women's Day. Secondly, we also usher in what we would call 30 years of our democracy in our beautiful country. And let's also acknowledge this as we unfold what we would call one of the election years that's going to unfold in a few months' time. Program directors, Mr. Ratnam, Advocate Mukhari, Honorable Deputy Minister Holomisa, our distinguished inspecting judge, Justice Edwin Cameron, the acting dean and head of the School of Law, UKZN, Prof. Kid, Madams Surajpal Singh and Dr. Roberts, our esteemed guests, Dr. Pravesh Budram, Mr. Khalid, Dr. Hongo, Prof. Lashit. I hope I'm not going to slip in one or two bad words here, but please bear with me. National Commissioner Thabo Khale and his team, including DCS representations from KZN, all professors, doctors, academics, experts, professionals in attendance and on our virtual connectivity, the judiciary, representations from the DPP, KZN office, heads of institutions, other departments, CEOs, colleagues, UKZN, students and others. All protocol observed, and my warm greetings to each and every one of you. It is my privilege, in partnership and in collaboration with the UKZN and the Department of Health and JIGS, to move the vote of thanks to all those who have participated, contributed, organized, and facilitated in making this seminar on mental health in solitary confinement a case study on Imbangweni, a resounding success. I would like to commence by expressing my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of our inspecting judge, Justice Edwin Cameron, the entire JIGS management and its staff, the organizing project team, and to each and every one of you for taking the time to attend and contribute towards this very important study behind bars and beyond. I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude and mind enriched by the invaluable insights shared during our mental health in solitary confinement seminar. This gathering has been a beacon of knowledge, compassion, and understanding, shedding light on a topic that is often shrouded in darkness. Your presence here today is a testimony to your commitments to understanding and supporting mental health, particularly with regards to solitary confinement. And for that, I, on behalf of the inspecting judge, is truly grateful. I want to thank our guest speakers for sharing their knowledge and expertise on a range of topics related to this all-important subject. Your insights have been invaluable and have undoubtedly made a positive impact on all of us here today. A special word of thanks goes to our presenters, being Madams Sandhya Singh, Sohela Rajpal, and Dr. Daniel Roberts. I also include on this list in absentia Madam Samantha Naidu, a former official of JIG, who had contributed immensely to the study. My heartfelt gratitude also goes out to Dr. Pravesh Pudram, who presented on EAP and wellness for DCS officials, Mr. Khalil, for his perspectives on mental health and the law, Dr. Hongo on the state of the forensic mental health services in KZN, amongst others, and Professor Lashit on the subject, the effects of conditions on detention on the mental well-being of inmates. Your papers and presentations were all well received. Let us give them a round of applause. A special word of thanks to our UKZN team here at the Westville Campus Management, Madam Hazel Langa, for your commitment, your professionalism, and support in ensuring that this seminar was a resounding success. Furthermore, for arranging that this seminar to be here in your home. Thank you very much. I also wish to thank the organizers led by our dear Madam Sibuta and her team, a whole host of volunteers who worked tirelessly behind the scene to make this seminar possible. Your dedication and hard work has not gone unnoticed. And we are very grateful indeed for everything that you have done to this seminar. To all the participants, thank you for actively engaging in this discussions and activities throughout the seminar. Your willingness to learn and grow in your understanding of mental health in solitary confinements is truly encouraging and commendable. Finally, our program directors, Mr. Keith Ratnam and Advocate Mukhari, for your steering this ship and navigating us to what a fantastic conclusion. A heartfelt congratulations to each and every one, both of you. The rest of our dignitaries, the guests, and the wonderful students who have turned up in such great numbers. Thank you so much for attending in person, on the virtual platform, and showing interest in this seminar. Lastly, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being advocates for mental health, awareness in general, and mental health in solitary confinement in particular. By being here today, we are initiating an important conversation on this all-important topic and promoting a culture of understanding of this subject. In conclusion, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be part of this seminar and to witness the positive impact it has made on all of us. Let us continue to prioritize this subject and support one another on this journey towards a better well-being. Thank you. Once again, I thank all of you cordially for your cordial cooperation. Safe travels until we meet again. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm informed that our honorable judge is coming to present gifts. So welcome, Judge.
So,
Okay, this way.